Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday. Back on Saturday. I'm Captain D-Treg.
And I'm Gemini96.
So good to have you tonight, my friend. It's been a couple months since you're back for Pikmin, and also you did Super Mario 64. Tonight, you're actually going to be the first guest of our Scoping Sessions initiative that we're doing this year. As I mentioned, this entire year, we've had a bunch of games that I know we've been asked for, cases I know I've wanted to show, or other people have said we want to see some indication of this. And they're games that go for a while, but I said, well, okay, well, we figure what we're going to do as far as this, let's take a look at it. And also, this is a game, honestly, for tonight's, most of the ones we've looked at so far, we've been running RPGs, mostly, with a couple exceptions, because we've looked at Skies of Arcadia for Dreamcast, we looked at BlazBlue Calamity Trigger on the PlayStation 3, which is a fighting game, we looked at Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, and we looked at Okami last month. But this month, we're going to be playing something else, and actually a game that we started looking at in a showcase show 3 years ago, and actually it's because of you. We looked at that. What is it?
Tetris Effect Connected.
Yes, Tetris Effect Connected. It started as Tetris Effect without the connected part on PlayStation 4, initially coming out on November 9th of 2018. It then also came out on the PC the year later on July 23rd of 2019. It also came out on MetaQuest on May 14th of 2020. So you can do VR version. That's also why I have the profile picture up there of the Virtual Boy. And also why I have Virtual Boy on the line, because there are two Tetris games on that. V-Tetris was just added last week, and 3D Tetris. And we also have Tetris Effect, or Tetris Forever. We do have Tetris Effect Connected, that's true. Tetris Forever, which is the collection that has a bunch of kind of obscure Tetris games. We have the very first one from the Electronics 60 from 1984. And our next scoping session show, that's going to be Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney in the Ace Attorney trilogy. But then it came out on Xbox One, Xbox Series S and X at the launch of the latter two consoles on November 10th of 2020. And it had the Connected moniker where it added extra content. In particular, it added more stuff as far as its multiplayer. And it kind of went, like with the Effect game, in kind of this Zen state. And we'll get the sense as far as that. It then came on Switch. We're playing on that. It came out on October 8th of 2021, though we were running through Switch 2, and you can definitely run it that way. And then what happens on PS4 and PC and MetaQuest, they didn't leave them out in the cold either. They said, you get this as a free update. So I was like, fantastic. And that's a great case of saying, well, you may have been playing this game for a while on those systems. And it also got ported to the Amazon Luma later on August 26th of 2022. It's on the PC as well. And it also has its most recent version. That was on PlayStation 5 that came out on February 22nd of 2023. That one was upgraded to run on Unreal Engine 5. The real version runs on Unreal Engine 4. Although, even though we are using, I guess, Switch 2 now, so it's not necessarily the weakest console, you're not going to really notice it. It's something where, if you're a technophile and you don't have this game yet, you might want to get it on PS5 for the purpose of the extra tech it has, but you're not going to lose on no matter what you get it on.
Yeah.
Although I think most of us have got it on the Switch. Is that, you have it on Switch as well?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, what brought you to this?
Yeah, just looked like a cool form of Tetris. Saw some other people play it, and just wanted to try it.
Yeah, now, so as far as some of those other people, I think you were with us as far as it when it was Crusader64, who I think he was the first one who showed us, because he said, AJ42, he showed it to him. He's like, oh, this game looks great, I bought it. And he showed it to us, and it was the case, I think that week was on sale for $20. I was sold. I think you were sold as well. I think you were with us as far as that, were you not?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to remember if that was the case or not. Then I know Medix bought it. He was blown away by this. As far as other people we know, I think they were also blown away, whether they bought it or not. It's either case. It's $40, as we're pointing out this week. It is on sale on the PC and on the Xbox One and Series S and X for $20, although you can get physical versions, which actually through Limited Run now, they have their vault drops. They have the PS4 version up for that. It is physical and everything else too. It's a case where we probably have to go to eBay, although honestly the cost of them are not that much, except the Xbox versions. That one is like $150. So people like, they didn't make many, or case where that's the more expensive version. But this game is widely available on basically anything you want. It was published by Enhanced Games. It was developed by Resonair, as well as Monsters and Stage Games. I don't know what your experience on Resonair's other games are.
Never played.
Okay, well, you've seen one of them. I know you were in chat on when we played Rez. We had Rez Infinite as well, most recently. They also made Lumines Remastered. They made Lumines Arise from last year, which on PlayStation 5, which basically is what you're going to see with this game, but done to Lumines. You ever play Lumines?
No.
That was on PSP. That was kind of also a bit of a musical puzzle game as well. The way it works is you have blocks dropping down, but the idea is like this wave bar coming along, like when you're watching or listening to like music on a computer, saying like it shows that wave line going along, And as that goes, that clears the blocks when they're formed in squares of the colors. It's really interesting. It was very musically focused, because that's really the idea as far as, because a lot of this was, Reznier's history actually goes back to Sega, particularly to Tetsuya Mizuguchi. His background was working on stuff with Sega Rally Championship and Space Channel 5. We played Space Channel 5 on the show. That was with Crusader 64. You play that?
No.
That is quite a trip of a game, but also a case of, I know he and a lot of the people on the line who has come to that said we were working on the idea of saying, what can we do as far as a musical theme, as far as something like that? How can we bring that to people? That was the idea of Rez, of saying Rez is, well, it's like going into a computer simulation case, but also saying it's like a on-rails case like Panzer Dragoon or Space Harrier or Star Fox or something like that. Then what can we do as far as the way it's the musical journey, the way it's telling story? You mentioned when we looked at that, saying it's almost like what Earthbound does. I don't know if they said they were inspired by Earthbound, but they might have been, because there are definitely a lot of similarities to that, no question. This game, as we're pointing out, it was, well, first off, the Connected version, I do have what it added, because I wanted to emphasize that. Connected added co-op multiplayer, which is a blast. We'll probably show that, because we're going to scope this thing. It's a puzzle game. It's Tetris. Do we have to scope this? Yes, we do have to scope this, because there's so much to this. I was even joking, you saying, the last two shows you were on, I said, just to be sure, I'll give you a couple parts for that, delineate, make sure, because I only need one part for each of these. But even you said, I don't know if we're going to be able to cover this in one show. Because it does have co-op multiplayer. They enhanced the multiplayer, and also weekly challenges we learned on our off-screen audio test. They have a lot of competitive multiplayer that goes to the classic Tetris World Championship style of competition. So zone battles, 3-on-1 co-op. The co-op is amazing in this. Score attack, and it also is cross-platform. So if you have any of the consoles this is on, or PC, or MetaQuest, you can play it. So we both have it on Switch, but if we had somebody who had this on MetaQuest, actually, I know Electrus, who comes in our chat every so often, he played it on MetaQuest. He said, this is like a religious experience playing it this way. We can play it with him. Or if we have people who play it on the Xbox consoles or the PC or PlayStation, you're all set to go. It was directed by Takashi Ishihara. He did art direction on Luminous Horizon, he directed that. He also did interface design, actually, of a couple of the Sonic the Hedgehog collections going back in the GameCube era, particularly Sonic Gems Collection and Sonic Mega Collection Plus. He also was involved with artwork on Child of Eden for Xbox 360, which was kind of a spiritual successor of sorts to Rez, as well as art design on Fantasy Star Online Episode 3 Card Revolution for GameCube, and did tile design and art direction for Rez Infinite. And he came with the concept, as I mentioned, with Tetsuya Mizuguchi, whose background, as I mentioned, includes Space Channel 5, who he produced, along with Manx TT Superbike, Sega Rally Championship, 99 Nights, which was on Xbox 360. He also did scenario design in Shenmue, which I did not know. I don't think I mentioned that we played it. But also directed Child of Eden. He wrote the main theme of Sega Rally Championship, that being My Dear Friend Rally. I want to show that game. I have it on Saturn. Have I shown you Sega Rally Championship?
No.
I got to show you that game. The game is... That is amazing. It's a lovely game, and you have this vocalized theme that starts at the beginning of it of saying how wonderful rally racing is. It's terrific. And he wrote the song, which I did not know as far as how it went. But he also co-wrote the song Heavenly Star, which was out of No More Heroes, which I know is a game Crusader 64 loves. As far as one last thing before we start in development on this, because what's your experience with Tetris as far as any form of it?
Yeah, I played the original one, but aside from that, I haven't had much experience with Tetris.
It was NES you played, the original? Or
Yeah.
Game Boy?
With Game Boy. Yeah.
It was Game Boy. Okay, my experience as far as Tetris was, it was Game Boy because one of my cousins had it, and I played it. Ooh, this game's pretty fun. My first ownership of Tetris was in the Microsoft Entertainment Pack on the PC, where Alexei Pajitnov, who designed that game back in 1984 for the Electronica 60, he was working at Microsoft actually at the time. So when it came to that, they said, well, hey, what about doing a port to the PC, which he did. And there's some other games he made. He made Pandora's Box, which is a game that he made for Microsoft. And he also made Hexic HD, which is the packing game for Xbox 360. So that was my first time playing it. And the time Nintendo did have the lock on Tetris in the sense of saying every puzzle game they released, they said, let's put our name on, let's put the Tetris name on it because we have the rights for it. And initially, Pajitnov and Hank Rogers, they did not have the rights. They do now as far as their game. And then they licensed it out. So in 2012 with this, what happened was Electronic Arts had the rights as far as it for projects they were working on. And they had the thought concept again as far as Reznir saying, can we do something musical with this, sort of? And he was just talking about where this game got its name from, that being the Tetris Effect. I didn't know what this was. But from what I understand, it's the idea of something I think Dolphin's mentioned to me, saying that sometimes I'll play a game like this or Tetris Attack and says like I might see the blocks in my sleep or something. And he basically, they're saying, well, the thought of saying, well, after playing Tetris, the case that you see these Tetraminos perhaps afterwards, and they said, you know what, maybe we can figure something for this. EA had the rights, so they were thinking, well, we could go to them as far as it, but then they said, well, since it's that point, we had Alexis Pajanoff and Hank Rogers who were given the license to, whoever paid them. They went to them directly and said, we have this idea, what do you think about this? And they liked the concept. In fact, Hank Rogers in particular said, I like this concept. So they started. And that's how we got this game and how it became the game that it is. And the other thing to mention is a special one for our show. If you want to start up for it, feel free to do that. As, yeah, there we go. We have Captain D-Track, got the Virtual Boy as far as it. I mean, you could play this through the Virtual Boy attachment, sort of, and not see the screen correctly, because this is not necessarily designed around doing that for it. But you could. But the point also about that is that, well, for our show, this is a very special game, because we do our puzzle game showcase. I always ask around when it comes to the showcase shows, say, hey, we're going to do a showcase of games in the theme. I ask everybody who's been guesting the show, what do you want to see? What's some representation you got? And I asked you, I said, what do you think? We're doing puzzle games on Switch. What do you think? You said this. I said, great idea. Let's do it. Our chat came in. Dolly Finn was here as far as well. And we were saying, wow, this game is amazing. You were going crazy. Our entire chat was saying, this game is amazing. We were falling head over heels in love with this. And I said at the end of that, I said, we could say, you know what, fuck every other game we've got in the showcase. We should just play this the rest of the night. But I said, that's not fair to those other games. Those other games deserve attention. But I said, we're going to come back for a dedicated show for this game. We're here for that. Also, we're pointing out two things. When I edit this in a couple days, I will have down below all our past scoping session shows. We're also going to have a new playlist for Tetris Effect Connected, because along with that showcase we did, I also did put this game through its paces on Switch 2 last year of saying, what is the Switch 2 doing to this? The main thing it's doing is enhancing the loading on the boot up. But outside of that, it's kind of negligible. So I said, well, I have that, but I'll have links to both those shows and then this show as well, because this game is a case where now we have multiple parts for it, starting with those other two shows, and now part one of this, which is the second as, and so in this case, it deserves its own playlist. Okay, so feel free to get started on Tetris Effect Connected, Gemini 96 on this one, wherever you want to go. And I guess the question is, ultimately the main question we want to ask is, how are we handling this for show? We'll get an idea of what we're doing to start, and then thinking, what's the thought?
I guess we can start looking at the journey mode.
Okay. Yeah, they say it's a voyage of emotion and discovery, and they're not lying. You might think, well, maybe you've heard that concept of it before, as you can run on practice, beginner, normal, and expert, as far as how it is. I think I did beat this, but it's also something where I did kind of go around. As far as the first area of that, just to let you know, it is the deep, which is up there. But you have all these amazing places we're going to go, also amazing music we're going to listen to, and I'll also have indication as far as what's going on that line. Also, you do have an experience system as far as this. As you play more and get through, you get more points, and you get up to level, I think 100's the max. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So that deep. You also are graded as far as that. And I don't, I'm trying to remember. Have you played this in front of us?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, this is going to be also a thing of beauty, I guess, watching Gemini 96 play, because it's a case of what I always say. When he knows a game, he knows a game. All right, so here we go. Feel free to go, and feel free to explain anything on this Tetris game above any other ones, because there are definitely some differences in what it's doing. In terms of how it looks, in terms of how it sounds, but also, even the way it plays, I mean, it plays traditionally in the sense you're still doing lines as far as lining them up horizontally, but you also have the hard drop that is on down or up on the D-pad. You have the hold piece that is on L or R. You basically hold whatever piece you got in your place and drop down. In that case, just seeing how you go, and basically just don't hit the top or you lose. And also, as you get lines in this game, you build up that zone meter down there. Actually, I think you have to get Tetrises for that. But we'll see as we go. There you go. In fact, there you go. Got Tetris right there. When that zone meter fills up, if you have any amount in it, it doesn't matter what it is, it's a case where you press that, it goes into like a bullet time mode as far as slowdown, and then you are able to have an easier time clearing lines, and what will happen is it'll kind of hold everything on the screen, and then they will all be cleared really quickly when it comes out. Although I don't know, I'm not sure if you know this, if this game has other zone powers depending on where you go. I thought it did, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Okay. That's also, as I said, why I think maybe scope on this one. And also because I know we've got to get to this game, and I'm so glad to be able to get back to this game and just soak it all in.
Yeah.
Or to quote you, when we looked at this the first time, you said, I don't know what I like better, the graphics or the music. And it's not an easy thing to say, because this game, look at it. Even though we're running on Switch, I don't want to be that person who's saying, hey, you know what, the tech is all that matters because it's Unreal Engine 5 on PS5. I'm just saying it is because that's more enhanced. But even looking at this on Switch, you never think, oh, wait, it's weak. You never think in a sense saying, oh yeah, you know what, I have to be in a case of saying, well, play it on something else. No matter what you have, get this. I don't care what it's on. I don't think you do either. We just got on this, but it was like, talk about a great showcase and vocalized music. That will not get Counter-Strike done, by the way. And I'll talk about who did the music in a bit. And also, as you're playing along, you're hearing it's kind of going with music, like the. Yeah. But even how you're doing like the movements around, it sometimes will go in line with that too. It started kind of simple earlier as you were going, but now look at it, it's kind of building up there. And even like the way the blocks are kind of going almost like, as I mentioned, like a sequencer or something like that. There you go, getting your zone maxed out, and when you clear the number of lines that they need for the area, it's 36 usually as far as it can go to the next area. There you go, awesome. Fantastic. As far as this music, we're hearing that song, I guess they're talking about how we're all connected, which almost is like the theme song. And also, this does have HD Rumble, by the way, on this console, which is, I believe, exclusive to this version. As in the next area. The music is by Hidelic. That, by the way, is a band featuring Nobuo Muto, who is the sound artist on this game, as well as Rez Infinite, particularly area X we looked at within that before. And he also worked on Luminous Rise. And also joining him as far as that was Takako Ishida, who's sound artist on this game as well as sound design on Child of Eden, sound director on Rez Infinite, as well as Luminez Electronic Symphony. That's the PlayStation Vita version of Luminez. And it's music and cinematic stunt direction on Luminez Rise. So I guess those cutscenes are going to have something going on with stunt work, I guess? I haven't played it. Okay, but you do see also, even when you hit the top as far as that, you have this beautiful flourish as far as how things are going to go. Outside of that, honestly, the only other thing I got on notes is, I guess, the sales figures, which this is kind of a hard one to ascertain because this was released digitally to start. It does have physical versions on everything, but it's something where, based on what I found, the only numbers I found were sales of the disc version from PlayStation 4, which it said was 250,000 units, although I think this game is sold better than that. I know this game got tons of accolades when it came out as far as effects, but even later as far as when Connected dropped, in that a lot of, I think, I don't remember who it is who voted this like their Game of the Year, or was a nominee for their Game of the Year, and I can tell that totally deserved that. As you can hear all the diversity of what they're giving you, because in this case it's almost like we're going almost to like, I guess, the Egyptian temples, seeing, I guess, the stories of past generations being told. Yeah, you got the backpack Tetris, awesome. I also love also when you get between each area as far as all the lines you clear, the idea that the level changes the way it does, including changing color.
Yeah.
Something it seems like, okay, it's kind of a little bit of a comp, but then it also kind of picks up. Is that it almost is like Rez in the sense of saying when you start there, it almost starts with those kind of simple beats that you're using when you like do the shots out. As far as it seems like it's not too much, but you unlock each of the layers, something where eventually it's kind of like it's your Saturday night rave party going on at that point. It's amazing. And Space Shuttle 5, I think you'd find Space Shuttle 5 pretty interesting. I just wish it's a case where, well, okay, the reason that game does not have re-release is, I don't know, do I spoil this for you? I mean, we have played it on the show before.
Yeah, it's fine.
Michael Jackson is in it.
Okay.
I mean, he's in it. He's actually voicing in it. He's also in the sequel. He's Space Michael. The idea is the setup of that game is you play as Ulala. She's a space reporter in the galaxy in 2499, and what happens is that you're going around, you're covering, basically like you're doing newscasting, and you're covering an alien invasion of the Merolians who are going around and forcing people to dance, and you have to basically get your ratings up enough, otherwise your show gets canceled. But the idea is as you go along, you're running these amazingly weird cases of things. You'd see like this robot version called Ibila, which Potato 64 made his debut on the show with that game, and he knows exactly how to handle that. He also pulled off one of the hardest combinations in that game, because it's almost like a Parappa the Rapper case in the sense you're copying the moves they tell you, so it's like up, down, left, right, chew, chew, chew. You're doing that, and it's amazing the way they kind of set that up, but also it has this kind of 60s style to itself that is incredible. And then you get to the point later, he says like, they've got Space Michael, and he is like doing like the moves as far as like beat it, and it's amazing how they do it, but also the case that it's kind of weirdly funny when you see the idea like she has to fight off other rival reporters. You have like Pudding, whose favorite color is taupe. It's like, whose favorite color is taupe? And Dog Fade Chad said no one's. Sure, why not? Let's go. This game is incredible. And this level is a... Oh, okay, this is going to be amazing. As we're pointing out, when you run through each of these, you do have a set of 4. This is a case where it kind of runs on tribal drum. You're seeing here also as you move. The backgrounds are going like boop, boop. It's kind of amazing things, but feel free to go into other stuff you're going on this as well. I also love that touch, and the way they have so many different instruments kind of setting this up. I mean, it kind of is, this is going to sound pretentious as anything, but it really isn't, because it's something where it truly is a worldwide odyssey, and I know that's something that the team behind this, they've been going for years. Even with Sega Rally, they said with Sega Rally, we want to get this sense of this world perspective, and with Rez, actually, it was Rez with Space Channel 5, they're saying, we went to like these music festivals, and we were on site in Europe trying to get a sense of certain things to get the authenticity going, and they said we saw like these street festivals and things going on, and people totally connected together with music. I said, what can we do to express that as far as people and express that in a game? I know that with Rez, they went to Sega on that one, and Sega, who is known for taking chances, they were saying, okay, that sounds like a great idea, but said, what's the setup? Or I guess they were maybe not initially convinced, but then they said, we have a prototype, let's show you this. And they looked and they said, okay, after that, that's all needed. And in my case with Rez is a case where I played that years after it came out, and it's a game where I heard some stuff. I didn't know necessarily what to make of it, but then I played it. I remember I was at an anime convention. They had it set up amongst other games, and when that happened, it was actually surrounded by Guitar Hero 3 and Rock Band, which had come out a couple months before, and I would tell you, the Zen state in that game, I'm talking about the Tetris Effect concept of this one, when it comes to that, I completely got so upset. Also, when you hit the ZR button, when you do that, you go into zone mode. So in this case, you basically build lines this way, but it kind of stops. It basically queues them up as you go. And oftentimes, I'll tell you, when it comes to playing this game, I sometimes forget I even have this. Yeah. So I don't even bother. Like, I'm so in the zone, in the effect of Tetris for this, that I just don't even think. It's like, oh, who cares? I just keep going on. Boom, there you go. Because what they can do is get the lines going down. And you get up to Octris as far as how it goes, because basically you're queuing them up so later on it clears them. It's not completely dissimilar to, was it Tetris the Grand Master? There's a port of that on the Switch, which is an arcade game of Tetris from the 90s from Arca, the people who made Tetris 99. And for that, it's something where you can kind of like flip the environment off when you get good scores or good line things going on. But as I said, when I first played Rez, it was something even though it's like you've been to conventions like that where you have all these televisions, you hear all the sounds of everything. It's like all those sounds disappeared, and I'm not joking when I say that.
Yeah.
I was just so focused when I came out as far as that first, like, oh my god, I gotta play this. I gotta go buy this. And actually, that was at the time when Rez was expensive. It was initially on the PS2 only, and then they had re-released that on Xbox 360. So, oh wow, let me go get that. And then they ported it elsewhere. Weird enough not to Switch, not to Xbox One, Series S or X. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do that. But it's something where you do get in that zone as far as how it is. You want to go to the next area? Okay. Yeah, basically that's probably what we're going to do to start, but then when we get to multiplayer, we're going to run the multiplayer. As we point out, when you do clear the stages, you go to the next one. As we're going actually to the first one we showed when we did our puzzle showcase, that being the Jellyfish Chorus, we bounce, when you go between stages, it takes the lines and the setup of the field you already had, and then you build off of that. Which can make it a bit more challenging, but also means that if you don't necessarily lose the place you were at in the sense of saying, wait, I cleared the line to get my way through, but then saying, I can then set up for something even more. Maybe I was setting up for something, but I beat the level.
Yeah.
So in that case, you come back as far as it. But it also means it can be a bit of a double-edged sword that way, because if it's a case where you're near the top, when you end, you're going to still be the top when you come back. And I love this stage in particular, just the way the sounds are going on. It's incredible. Yeah, okay, and the audio is coming off good. I want to make sure the audio of this one was coming off right. Just because it's this is a visual and oral feast, and I don't know if... I mean, we're barely half an hour into this one, in fact, not even. Have I already basically, I don't know, got on my knees and professed my love to this game enough? And I'm a Tetris Attack person who loves that game to death, too. And we're going to do that game again for the show later this year, but... I don't know, look at this thing. Listen to this thing. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's great music, just really cool experience.
I mean, and experience is the right word, because you think, well, actually, it goes to something actually AG42 said. He jokingly says, but also he smartly says, I think, at the same time, saying, I don't play video games. And I said, well, no, it's like it's a way of life. And honestly, a game like this, it kind of is because of the fact of saying it is an experience. You're playing a game, yes, but it also seems like you're being transported somewhere the same way you would be transported in any other medium, in the sense of saying, hey, you read a book where you feel like, oh yeah, you read, I don't know, Moby Dick by Herman Melville or something. You feel like you're on the seas with Captain Ahab. In the case of a movie, you feel like you're with the people as far as how that is, regardless of what kind of movie that might be. Same with music, and this game combines a lot of aspects like that. And so does a lot of the other games they've made. I mean, Space Shuttle is kind of the outlier a little bit, because that's the one that it's maybe in a way them letting their hair down a bit, but even that still has that great experience of saying you're still kind of getting into the idea of what that game is all about too. So experience is a great way to put it. And just like with Rez, it is a case where it's kind of using the backgrounds as far as how they're going boop, boop, boop. And I think you can sort of do like the trans vibrator thing the same way Rez does, where it has the other controllers that run rumble, rumbling at the same time, which actually, if I'm using a Super Nintendo controller, that's not going to be a factor for me, so I have to pull the N64 controller out. But of course, because you're running D-pad, as far as this, you can play with anything that has D-pad, or you can customize buttons any way you want, so I can be the smart ass and say, let's play with the CDI controller, and you can totally play it. Although, Tetris was on CDI. Have you ever seen the CDI version of Tetris?
No.
It actually, I want to ask you a question before I describe this. What in your mind do you think CDI Tetris is like?
Very slow.
Very slow. Okay, keep going.
I don't know.
What about the vibe? What vibe do you think you'd be getting off of that?
A bad vibe.
Bad vibe? How?
I don't know. Most CDI games I've seen just have, several flaws that kind of hinder the experience.
Do you expect to see like Link saying great, I'll grab my stuff?
That's all I think about when I think about the CDI.
I think that's what everybody thinks about, but to be honest, that game does not have that. And actually, okay, I haven't played it. First off, one thing to say on the CDI Tetris, it's not expensive. It's like 20, 30, 40 bucks.
Okay.
It is developed by Mass Media Entertainment. These are the people who made Namco Museum for the Nintendo 64 and the Dreamcast, or the Dreamcast version up at one point. They also made Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on Nintendo 64, which is apparently a horrible game. But as far as the vibe of this game, it is, in a way, not dissimilar to this in that it's kind of almost a Zen state sort of too. Not as good as this, from what I've seen, for sure. But something where it's kind of it's like in nature. You're kind of seeing Tetris in nature. So it's supposed to be very calming, very minimalistic. It plays pretty typical as far as Tetris from what I've seen. But of course, as I mentioned, depending on how you have CDI, if you have a controller that runs that way, you're set to that. Or you could be playing with the spoon, or you can play with the remote control that the console comes with. From what I've understood, it apparently is not a bad version. And in a way, it's something we're saying, I guess, it's almost like the new age take of Tetris, maybe almost like a predecessor to this one. A little. Not to the degree that this is, for sure. Don't get me wrong on that. But it is also something from what I've understood, and people who have studied the CDI or own the console, they said actually it's not expensive, and as far as the vibe it gets, it's not bad. I mean, whether it's a case where you pick to play it over the other takes on Tetris, probably not. And it's a case where I don't have the console yet. I'm still working on that for Crusader 64, so we can come in on the Zelda game, one of them. And I'll get legitimately, I'm not going to say, like, oh, I emulated that and come in next week. I'm going to say, I'm actually going to do it. But apparently, I kind of would want to give it a look. Especially because it doesn't cost much. I'm saying, apparently, it's one of the better cases of a game on it. I mean, maybe it's a case where, can you screw up Tetris? I mean, maybe, but I don't know. I mean, what other... You said it was only NES and Game Boy for you, mostly, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not sure if it's a case where, if there's a Tetris game you played where it screwed it up, and what does that mean if it screwed it up? Which, honestly, for me, I don't know. I mean, maybe the most out there Tetris game I have that's not this one, but this is out there in the best way. As we're now kind of in like the Vinci area of seeing like the cogs in the system kind of spinning. I have Tetris Worlds on the PlayStation 2. That's from THQ. That was a game Edwack and Nikki bought me. It's an interesting game. It's something where I know critics at the time didn't necessarily like it, but something where it also has some unique ideas, and I guess maybe the case of saying, I don't know, I mean, I guess if I'm going to think like, how do you ruin Tetris? I would think the way you ruin Tetris is either you do a different take on it that doesn't feel like it and it's not entertaining on that level. I mean, that's the question sometimes with Tetrisphere. I got into Tetrisphere, it's pretty big, after not knowing how to play. You seen that game?
No, I haven't.
It's a weird one as far as how Tetris goes. Alexei Pajitnov was involved, but it was a game actually started out on Atari Jaguar as far as how it went, and it's kind of different, but something where there are a lot of things you have to figure on that game. It's not easy to come to. It's not easy. They give you a tutorial on the game for a reason. But as far as, I guess, screwing up Tetris, but in that case, that would be a question saying it might be a different game that doesn't hit the vibes of this. I would say, I guess, if you're going to ruin Tetris, like, how do we do that? It's a morbid exercise, I guess, to think that. But say, I don't know, you play a Tetris game that's like this, and I guess you can't clear lines. Although I don't know if it's a case of them saying, hey, you do it another way. I mean, Tetris 2 on Super Nintendo, which we played, and it's also on NES and Game Boy, that's kind of mixing that with Dr. Mario a little bit. That's an interesting one. But it's also something that, I wouldn't say that's ruining Tetris. I know people were not huge on that. Maybe that case of expectation on the name. But honestly, I mean, maybe it goes to the idea that Tetris is something so tried and true to a certain extent, or something the way it's designed is so specific and maybe perfect when you think about how it goes, that it's a question, I guess, on what really is a case that makes a bad one. Honestly, I don't know if I know the answer either.
Yeah, I guess it's so difficult to mess up. You can't really...
I guess. I mean, Chad, if you have a case of a bad Tetris game, and what does that look like and why? We'd love to hear it. Just because maybe I don't know. As we're getting... Okay, let's talk these backgrounds then. What is this one?
Yeah, this is kind of I just want to say like almost like outer space or something. Like,
yeah. Outer space with... It almost looks... Okay, it sort of also looks like molecules going around, but maybe the case of, I don't know, planets coming aligned, sort of. Maybe. There are also names of what they give you, so some of them are kind of, I guess, a little bit of a indication what they'll give you the hint there, or you look and say like, oh, like jellyfish course, we're going with jellyfish, so okay, underwater perhaps. And also the sound of it almost like sound of bells. I would say like Christmas ornaments, but there's already a level in this game that's like that, which we did show when we demoed this a couple years ago. The same rules apply. You get combos as far as running lines as you go, and also in case as you go, the speed gets higher and higher. The one thing I know for Crusader 64, he loves this game too, but when he plays it, he sometimes says, "We'll get so fast, like, oh no, I'm gonna lose." So it's one of those things that it can be very calming and also very tense at the same time, I guess, as you go along. Catcher's nice. And you love seeing it. I also like the way they do what they say as far as techno, the drop at the end of the song. Even that sounds great. And is it? I did beat this game, yes, but I don't completely remember this. Wow. Oh my god. This is almost like me looking at it again for a new case. As I was just seeing, I guess it's almost, oh, okay, it's fire. It's like the burning area of the volcano. With, I guess, the masks in the back. I guess it's almost like a something ritualistic, perhaps?
Yeah.
There's a bit of a calm as far as this, but of course it doesn't come into play. Here we go. Yeah, the people behind there vibing to use, which almost looks like something out of Rez. Fitting, there's a lot of people who worked on Rez who worked on this. I'm waiting for the next level because I'm trying to get a sense of there's some vibe I'm getting off. This almost reminds me a little bit of some of the music when we were when Crusader 64 and the Cabin Druid 2 and I were doing Shadow Hearts Covenant a little. Okay, basically praying to the sky, I guess. Almost.
Alright.
think, just to go into this quick, I believe that each level goes after you've completed 12 lines, I think.
Okay.
I think that's when it does it, because I think it's because you're going through like one level, and then the second, and then the third one before you get to the end. I think it's 12 lines each, but as you're seeing there, the speed jumped up massively. And that is, from what I understand, based on the stage you're on. In that case, it went from 1, but now it's 5. Alright, that was close. Let's take a run on this one. Yeah, this is where it's getting hard, but we'll see as it goes. Okay. I definitely love how this game looks, no question. And also the case that, even when it's a case where you're saying, like, yeah, you're still playing around trying to figure out what to do as far as the stage, it's something where you keep coming back. It's not, I don't think this is ever one of those cases where it's like, oh yeah, I can't handle this and I want to toss it out in frustration. Although I guess, what's your experience with other puzzle games? Just a question on that.
Puzzle games? Let's see. I do like Mashu.
Is it Mashu?
Yeah.
Right, you introduced me to that. That's on Switch. There's like a couple versions of that going.
Yeah. Let's see. Mashu. Yeah, I think that's really it.
I know you're big into aren't you big into the Picross game particularly? I know
Picross, yeah, Picross.
I don't know which one. Is it just the Sega one?
Yeah, I played a few of them. I played, yeah, the original one, Sega. Yeah.
Actually, one thing I'll say is I almost had it, actually, until I noticed the Virtual Boy icons added earlier today, or earlier this week, my initial thumbnail as far as, or not thumbnail, profile picture Switch, because you've noticed anytime we do something on Switch, I'll pull something else out as far as the picture for that to kind of theme what we're playing. I almost had the one from Mario's Super Picross from Super Famicom, because that's on Switch Online. It's actually both made Earthbound, as is the Game Boy one. And when I put the Game Boy one up there, I was really happy to see that too. That's one that goes for some money. As far as my case, as far as puzzle games, I was big in Tetris Attack on Super Nintendo, and then also Pokemon Puzzle League was its Nintendo 64 equivalent that I know people got attention to. Although I don't think it ever sold as well as Tetris Attack, from what I got a sense. But I know I went to MagFest one year. You'd think, as far as the tournaments of that, it's all going to be Super Smash Brothers, and people want to play that for sure. But the numbers, as far as people want to play Pokemon Puzzle League, is like, oh my god, they really will want to play that. And I was so happy to see that, because that's a favorite of mine. Actually, to be honest, we played a lot of puzzle games on the show. I mean, we played Tetris Sphere. That's one I definitely got into more, even though when I was younger, I was not sure what I was doing. But then I liked Bruce requested saying, I think we need more love. And I said, okay, I gotta figure this. I have to get a copy of this with instruction manual so I know what I'm doing to be set for it. And then we did it and we had a great time. I think other cases of puzzle games that I really liked. Other ones I guess we played for the show. You're big on Yoshi on NES and Game Boy, right? Is that another one you like?
Yeah, Yoshi.
Right. I wasn't trying to remember what we covered on that showcase, of which, and you get an overall on the area as far as how it goes based on time, score, and total high score. Aside from this, we did the puzzle showcase. I'm trying to think of other stuff. I mean, I guess Portal counts, sort of, because that's a puzzle game as we're in the desert. We did show a lot of cases of Tetris. We showed the original. We showed this one. We showed Tetris the Grandmaster. We showed Tetris 99. You play Tetris 99?
No.
It is free as far as on the console, and that's a fun one, although it's something where if there's any game that's going to humbly experience in Tetris and saying, understanding how it plays with other people, it's that one. I also played Magical Tetris Challenge on Nintendo 64 last year. That's a great game. That's from Capcom. It's kind of, in a way, like, it's Tetris with Mickey Mouse as far as it, but it's a little more than that. It's got some amazing music. That's a good one. I'm just trying to think of some other ones that I grew up on, or other ones I've played recently. I mean, sometimes we showed in that showcase, it was something where some of us kind of were blurring the lines a little bit, in the sense of saying, I picked stuff out like Strange Horticulture, which, I mean, it is a puzzle game, because you're putting together pieces of that, but it's also like a point-and-click adventure as well. That was one case. Like Puzzle and Dragons, that was another one, as far as what we looked at. There's Peggle. You ever played Peggle?
No.
That's from PopCap. That's a game where, I mean, that's sort of a puzzle game. You basically have to shoot these pegs out, or basically shoot balls out, and you basically have to knock all the pegs out of the level. And you clear the last one. There's this dramatic zoom in on it, and it plays Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. So, like, as a fan of Die Hard, I'm thinking, oh my god, it's like Die Hard. And I showed it to Dolly Finn, and she said, I want to do this for a show. I said, yeah, it's all yours.
So we went from the desert to the moon.
Exactly. Actually, one thing I'm wondering, speaking of, well, I didn't mention, okay, I was thinking, did I mention Stanley Kubrick like a few minutes ago? No, I'm going to answer and say now. I was like 2001: Space Odyssey, because that movie doesn't necessarily begin in the desert as far as the birth of, no, it's the dawn of man sequence. That's how they call it. I get my movie fan card revoked if I said that wrong. I probably did say it wrong, so edit down if I said it wrong. And then you go to space as far as it. But you're right, saying all the places we're going and thinking, well, how would that go? Would it go into this? Would it feel tangible? And I guess would it feel? What am I trying to think here? Would it feel like a natural extension or something that feels totally random? Sometimes I guess maybe the thought of saying when you play anything, I'll do one more. When does a case where you're kind of going around different areas, when does it feel natural, when does it not? And I know that came up, actually, I brought that up when, I'm sorry to go to this, but it does go to this idea. When the Bubsy the Perfect collection came out and I was demoing it, and you said, of course, quote, oh man, when I said we got in the mail. But, and usually you only played the first one, as just speaking of, I guess, cases of the 90s, something like Echo the Dolphin there, as far as the dolphin swimming. But then, for that one, I showed you Bubsy 2. First you played the first one, it's like, oh god, the first one's horrible. But I said, you didn't play the other ones yet. The other ones are worse, I think. But also, the other thing about 2 in particular, I'd forgotten this, because I played 2 on Super Nintendo around the time it came out. But when I played it this time, one thing I'd forgotten, I said, we're going to, because wait, we went to the space area, I think, right? And there was a question, I think, where hold on. What was it? I went to the space area, but there was cases where, first off, I got stuck in areas where I didn't know, like I couldn't get out without dying. That was number one. Number 2 was a case where I think I went to different areas. I think, wasn't it Ack who said, like, you're in a space area, but you see, like, you're running into, you're running into, like, Camelot-like enemies or something. It was something, but the point is that the reason I bring it up is saying that felt totally random. So we just saw before, as far as on the last area, saying, well, it could be like Bubsy 2, where it seems like we're just going to random places and it doesn't seem like there's a rhyme or reason to it. Or even like the Sonic the Hedgehog games, I guess the idea of going between stages, or even that one, something where, alright, I'm going to, as I'm dead. And if you want to take a run on this, feel free. that feels random. Whereas in this game, I'm saying, well, it doesn't feel like that much of a weird extension. I'm saying we start in the desert and then we go up to space. And maybe because of how well this game presents itself, it feels really good, and it maybe makes you appreciate that in ways that other games wouldn't. And I'm saying this about Bubsy 1. Bubsy 1, at least, when you go between areas, like, okay, we're still in the town with the water and things like that. So, and then you go to the carnivals, like, okay, it's consistent. Actually, that's probably the most consistent one in terms of some of the areas you're going. And even in other cases, because I looked at the Jaguar game, because I bought that collection because I got to own every classic game compilation now. And they just announced a new one for Era of the Acrobat, which has, it's gonna not just be the releases of the other ones that they already have digitally. It is gonna include the Sega Genesis versions of Era of the Acrobat 1, 2, and Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel, as include the Game Boy Advance version of the first one. But a case of, with that Bubsy collection, I bought it because there's games on that cost a fortune, number one. Particularly that Jaguar game, it's like $100-something. And I want to encourage Jaguar emulation just because it's another one that's hard to emulate for. And there's some great stuff on it, like Tempest 2000. Actually, Tempest 2000 is not dissimilar to this one a little bit, in the sense of saying it's this techno beat take on the old Atari arcade game Tempest. Did I show you Tempest 2000?
No, I don't think so.
I'm trying to remember, because I know that, I have two collections that have it. I have Llamas Off the Jeff Mitter story, and I have Atari 50, which I think, we'll go into the schedule later. I think I'm going to pull something out for that later in the year for Atari 50. Not that one, but I do want to show that. That's a case where the visual accoutrements of that one fit really well. And something where, as I said, the case of a collection there, like, look, I don't necessarily take a case of saying, like, oh, it's a bad game in a collection or something, or whatever it's like, necessarily, unless, like, hey, they do the porting weird. But I guess a case of saying, sometimes a question of saying, what are they going to do? Just wanted to have that order. I mean, as I said, they keep announcing these classic game compilations. It's not one of these cases of me saying no more, but it's like, oh wait, that's another one I gotta buy. Because this year alone, it was, what do we got? We had the Bubsy one, we had I think we had Star Force Collection, which was really, really good. We had the Nickelodeon Splat Pack, we had that weird case of the instruction manuals. We had Marvel Maximum Collection, which that's coming from you later. I had the Red Stimpy Happy Happy Joy Joy Collection, also coming later. I have the Rugrats collection. I mentioned you that one. That's where they're like taking the Rugrats games from PlayStation and a couple from Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance that they're putting out. It's out digitally now, but they're doing physical on that one. So in that case, like, oh, it's another one, but then saying it's either games I'm looking for, because sometimes it's a case of seeing what that is, but also realizing, wait, some of these games go for a lot of money. Like that Ren and Stimpy collection. They have Ren and Stimpy Buckaroos from the Super Nintendo. You playing the games based on that?
No.
That game is $400.
Really?
Somehow. I don't know how that happened. It was like that was late apparently. It was 1995. It was like 2 years after it came out on the NES. It was like 93 it came out on NES. And the NES version doesn't cost nearly as much, but that Super Nintendo version, that is like $400. So, okay, I take the attitude of, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Moonstruck.
No.
You will eventually with me. But point is that there's a scene in that movie where Cosmo, he's the father of the main character, Loretta Castorini, who's, that's Cher's character in the movie. He is a plumber, and he goes to this couple, and he says, he's looking at what they got, and he says, he's like, you're doing your appraisal as far as like how much it's gonna cost to fix the problem we have with our plumbing. He says, so is it looking all right? He says, like, let me tell you something. There are three kinds of pipe in this world. First off, what you have right now, which is garbage. You see where that's going. And then you have silver, which is pretty good. Until something goes wrong. And something always goes wrong. And then there's copper, which is the only pipe I use. It costs money. It costs money because it saves money. And that is my attitude all the time when it comes to this, which is, it costs money because it saves money. Exactly the idea of these collections coming out and then saying, okay, I either pay $400 for this game that maybe is a piece of shit as far as Red Stimpy Buckaroos, or I say I'll pay $40 for this collection and say, okay, I have this, and hey, it gives me material for the show. I can say like, hey, it's $400. This is $400 now. Yeah. So in that case, that's where my attitude comes from, pretty much from that movie, just because I said, for the cost, it's always going to be a bit of a savings that way, because in the sense of saying, I can just get a bunch of games for a certain amount of money. And sometimes I find stuff that I never knew I wanted. Actually, the Tetris Forever was a case like that, because I just bought that because these are a bunch of obscure games that never came out. Maybe that's the other thing. I want to encourage companies to do that. Or even something like this, in case you're like, I'll buy a game like this because first off, I think it's fun, but also because I want to get a sense of saying, getting people to say, like, hey, they like what they're seeing, and get other games going. Wow, look at that, my god. Yeah, previewing when we get to Echo the Dolphin, I do need to do that at some point, particularly its sequel, but we're gonna do the first one first. But Case was like, look at that, we're starting in the water, we have the dolphins kind of going, but now in this case they're kind of just jumping out. And jumping in with the music, too. As I said, if this is how this is, I want to play Tetris, or not Tetris, well, I do want to play Tetris more as far as this, but also, I want to play Limitless Rise. That came out last year. I would like a physical version. They said they might be doing one. They're not sure yet, but it's case where it's basically this for Limitless. It's on PlayStation 5 and it's also on PC. If this is what this is like, I can't wait to see that one. And I should have seen it because it came out back in November. But having said that, like, this is fine. This game's amazing. That's worth saying. And also just the beauty of this game as well, on top of everything else we've got. It's going to actually one of my favorite areas of this
City.
Yeah, Downtown Jazz. Oh, yeah, Downtown Jazz. Actually, what are some of your favorite milieux of this, either that we've seen so far or that you've played on your own?
Yeah, all the ones that we've seen so far are great.
How do you pick one, I guess, is really the
Yeah.
question. For this one, I like, as you're going along, I guess it's supposed to be like New York City, is it showing like flashes up of Broadway and things like that. But also the case, as you're moving around, it has like the piano keys plinking.
Yeah.
And the idea that you're making music with this, and you're thinking, well, actually, I don't think there's any other Tetris game that does anything like that. I mean, you have cases where they'll emphasize stuff with music, yes, but not a case where, as you're moving along with these pieces and clearing off everything, it basically is you making music. Like, what would that be as far as the setup of this? But my God, they nailed that idea. It's one of those things that, especially in practice it sounds cool, but then you look and you're like, why didn't anybody else think to do this? But thank God they thought to think of it as far as it anyway. And maybe I'm just a sucker as far as the orange style as far as it, because of the color I use for all of the edits. But also the case of saying, it just, and my favorite colors, that's why. But still, it just looks great. And then we're going up the street as far as I've seeing the nighttime sky, as far as all the buildings that the lights are going on and off a little bit. Actually, I wonder if that's... one thing I think, this might be the other case, like the levels telling a story, as well as seeing actually the flash of the pictures there of, I guess, down by the battery. But one thing I'm wondering, I'm wondering if this is a nod to almost like, because I know there was the case of, I'm trying to remember, I think it was in the 1970s, there were like an extended blackout in New York City, I think. I know the song What a Time by Bruce Hornsby from 1993 was a nod to that event. I'll link to that in the link list. But in this case, saying that almost like we're bringing power to the city. Maybe, I don't know, whether it's weaker power because like there's sort of like it's going in and out, almost like it's, I don't know, a rolling blackout or something like that. And then saying in our case, saying like we have the power. I guess that's maybe what it is as far as like the orange. Maybe it's like the lights. So in the case of each of these levels in a weird way is kind of telling a story, but also seeing that, looking as far as like the greatness of the city, as far as all the different places you're going, looks like it's kind of going over the, I think that was like, I don't know if that was the Brooklyn Bridge necessarily or not, or if that's where it's even based off of. Which it might be, or it might just be just any city really, which it could be though. There we go. And now we're getting the map as far as it's saying, like, yeah, we're going down Broadway as far as down the avenue.
There you go.
And I love the way the piano goes. Maybe I'm also a sucker for the piano, but also just the way that this game does it. It's just amazing as you see, like, you gotta think about also the talent, and we definitely do, the case of, you know, that skill of the piano playing. Although you also showed us your own skill as far as that. Or because Crusader 64 is like, oh, here's a piano. It's like, there's gotta be, he's like, every time something comes up, it's like, there's something like I didn't know as far as Gemini 96 and something he's amazing at. It's like, yeah, there you go. Always full of surprises you are, but also everybody as far as how that goes. And also even the drum background, I do love that too. Kind of a subtle thing as well. There you go, nice. Look at that. Almost in a weird way, almost like you're going off like a nice jazz session as far as in the city, and also going to another stage. We've shown a couple of these off. This is around where we were showing when we did our first look at this.
Yeah, drum solo at the end. It reminded me of the movie Whiplash.
Yeah, that's another case, absolutely. It's amazing to kind of think the idea of seeing what a game like this can kind of bring out, but also seeing, as I said, it's all these different experiences of us as well, but also of the game, really. And I also love the reveal of this stage. As you're seeing the way the blocks are, they're three-dimensional when you kind of clear them, or they really look three-dimensional when they do kind of the flip over. But also when you get to the later levels, like that, it kind of does the spin. I love the reveal of this stage as far as what's really going on. And sometimes it's the question, you look at this, and as we were saying earlier, certain things, saying, what are we necessarily looking at? But then when it comes to certain things, like, oh, that's what we're looking at. As far as this weird tribal drum, saying, okay, it looks, I guess, almost like we're by the fire a little, but also something where I said there's kind of these rock formations going on, perhaps. What is that necessarily saying? There you hear something there. At first you're like, that's interesting. There we get our clue right there. There we go. We have like the Navajo tribe as far as going on their patrol. Yeah, so you hear the horses in the background. First, you're like, wait, they didn't show that. Talk about a great build. Think about that too.
Yeah.
It's always, I don't know if there's a puzzle game that has a build to itself the way this does, which is quite a statement to think. And you maybe wouldn't think in a puzzle game would you necessarily say that this is what you get as far as saying that, wait, it's kind of almost a little bit of a mystery in terms of what you're seeing. And then we get another piece of the puzzle next. Yeah, I guess they must see something. They're going through the canyons, as you saw before. I remember when Dolly Finn saw this, she's like, oh my god, this is absolutely beautiful. It is. She was right, it is. But also the case that, yeah, there's more adventure going on there as far as how the strings play. Hey, this is a game you could write a dissertation on, feasibly, honestly. I mean, I'm thinking, you know what, as I said, you probably could do that with anything, although I'll ask you this, do you know maybe people have written, like, literary dissertations on games?
Probably. I would say.
I would think Earthbound, because I know you love Earthbound so much, I would think somebody's come up with something, or if not, you're going to want to be the one to write it, probably. I mean, you could, absolutely. Of course you could. I could write a dissertation on the games that's something I'll probably have to position for a bunch of people saying, when it comes to something like this, you probably could do that. I mean, anybody who loves any game could do that as far as almost. Well, the other thing also I noticed, because this is something Dolly Finn's mentioned sometimes, she said when we play Tetris Attack, or when she's played it, she notices, like, when it gets really high as far as up on the screen, it'll give you, like, the jumping blocks, and it'll change the music to be more tense for a reason. She's like, oh yeah, maybe it makes you feel too tense. This game doesn't do that, although it's something where, honestly, I don't know if it necessarily needs to. It's something where it maybe kind of comes off to you because of the fact that the speed is getting up there. Like, you're saying to yourself, oh god, I gotta get the set. As opposed to saying that, oh wait, they're gonna change stuff in the music, which is an interesting decision of saying how they're gonna do that. You get a nice back-to-back Tetris. Is that how you tend to play Tetris? Just give a sense as far as what you focus on when you play any of them, whether it's this one or any other ones?
Yeah, I'll just try to get as many touches as possible.
Okay. Because that's something I've sometimes done. I sometimes pick people's brains when it comes to the puzzle games of their expertise, or also just the puzzle games they play. In fact, it was AG42 and Advantage. I was asking them about Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, saying, what is the strategy of this, and what do you do when you play? And actually, in terms of AG42 on this game, when I've seen him play it, his way of playing this, I tend to notice, is... I think he'll kind of do the same thing he does with Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, in the sense he'll set up the stack really high, and then he'll basically start clearing out that way.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah. Especially for Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, the part of that I know is because of other cases. Well, Dolphin, yeah, we're just talking about you, because we're finally doing a scoping session and a full look at Tetris Effect Connected. I have Gemini 96 here for tonight. So good to see you tonight, Dolphin. I know you were in chat when we looked at this last time, or you were on the show when we looked at it last time. What am I talking about? You're chatting now for this one. So good to see you tonight. Yes, yes indeed. Feel free to go into insights and memories on when we looked at it, or cases of your own case on Tetris Effect Connected, or any case of puzzle games you've got. It's difficult for me. I get that idea. I mean, what would you say as far as that? I guess what would you say as far as difficulty?
Yeah, this game is pretty hard. I mean, I'm not the best Tetris player, so it's, but yeah, this is definitely gets pretty hard.
I guess because of the speed, although it's interesting when we looked at it last time, I know one thing Dolphin mentioned is because when we did it was a showcase, so we were not looking at it for really long, but also a case for that. I remember she was saying, first off, I want to sit back and watch this, number one, because it's beautiful, but also a case of saying, I guess, well, it's getting really fast. Not like regular Tetris for me. Well, I mean, but also one thing I know that she mentioned, we talked about Tetris 99 earlier, because I showed her that as well. I said, we're doing Tetris 99 as well to show what that is. And she said, this is such a sensory overload as far as that one, unlike this one, where this one seems, the beauty of this is something that maybe it's easier to digest. Because I said, why don't you take a turn as far as going against 99 people online? She's like, no, I'm not doing this. It's like, okay, you really don't want to do this? Like, yeah, I don't. I'm sorry, I can't. But you make it look easy. So that's Dolphin's case. Well, that's the idea there. Especially going after those line combos. Yeah, you got this, we're bleeding you. But it's also something, yeah, you definitely, as you go along, something you do want to keep going at it. And also, this is a scope show, so I guess, Dolphin, since you've seen this game and played it, well, actually, okay, she only didn't play it on that show because of the fact of her saying I'm going to watch it. I think she did play it when we did our audio test. I know we played it since. If you have any ideas on how we should scope this, as far as we're looking at the journey mode to start. Because there's a lot of content in this, and honestly, I think this is the only case of a puzzle game where I'm saying this is a scope for us. In fact, just to get a quick sense on the line here of what we got on scoping session shows, we'll go into what else we got coming up later in the year. I think this is the only thing puzzle we've got. What do you think about that? Okay, next month's... I mean... You could consider Phoenix Wright a puzzle game, I guess. You could also consider it a visual novel. You could consider it a detective game. Let's see, RPG. Not strategy game. I'm just going down genres. We'll talk more about what they are, but I've already mentioned. RPG. They're mostly RPGs as far as how they are, because I guess it's RPGs I have to... Let me look at that. How many RPGs do I have to add in my list as far as on this line? Well, some are cases where I also have a leg up on everybody else, like with Skies of Arcadia, but it's also something I'm begging Sega for a re-release of that. Please, I would love to see that come back, because I know you would all love it. It's a wonderful game. Yeah, let's see, fine. Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories, that's a case where everybody's saying, like, you don't have to play this. Like, yes, we do have to play this. I want to play that. And I kind of was understanding that one, too. Okami's not really it's sort of an RPG, action RPG. Yeah, okay, so I guess, and most of them, I know there's certain things that definitely are cases where I've not played them a whole lot. Or ones where I played them and I didn't go back and finish them, which I probably should have. Particularly when we get to Mass Effect, I owe AG4 to do that one. You know, he loves that game, although it is something where I was asking yesterday, as far as him, that taking the question as far as the game he loves, like, it was, I don't know if it was that one or is this one. He was saying that, I said, but you love this game, and because he was joking that he thinks Final Fantasy XIV is a trash game. We just looked at him. Before I looked at him, it's like, you played this game like non-stop, as far as how it was. It was like, well, you love Tetris Effect Connected. Like, I don't know. I mean, we're good friends, but I don't know if I'd necessarily say that we're quite in love yet. I don't know. I mean, I understand the idea as far as this. I mean, look, I'll mention I love this game. I love Tetris Attack. I love Pilewing 64. How many times do I go through a show and not mention that? That's a compilation idea right there. How many times do I mention Pilewing 64? It's almost every week. Wait, did I mention? I'm trying to think. No, I did mention it last week. Shit. I'm trying to think. Did I actually mention it on the last week's show or not? Okay, good job. There you go. But it also feels good when you get through that. Nice. Awesome. Good job. Okay, so that is D. They do rank you on the area, and there's level up. So we're apprentice. We've been playing this game for a decent amount of time, you know, as we're going to the next area. Right now, we're just kind of going through. Now, with this, we did look at as well. This is where we have like the Christmas ornaments going on.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. I was going to make thumbnail choice on this one kind of difficult because I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. What do we do? Do we just take the fields of like a bunch of these and put them in a line?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll do that. Because honestly, I might have to potentially fast track this edit this week based on stuff I got going, but still, we'll get it going. Also, how tactile this game is as far as just how it looks. It's almost like you can kind of reach out and touch everything in terms of what it really looks like, which is incredible to think. And also, now that I think about it, I don't know if there's many other puzzle games I've played that really have that kind of feel to them, you know?
Yeah.
I'm also trying to think of... Because I know a good feel the people who made... they did come out and confirm, yeah, we made Yoshi and the Mysterious Book that came out the other day. And those are games, particularly by them, that have that feel as far as... I'm trying to think as far as puzzle games that come out of them. I don't know. It's mostly been a lot of the platform stuff, or I guess you go back to when the guy was running that company when he was at Konami. Particularly made those Mystical Ninja games, or some of the Legend of Mystical Ninja games, particularly that one on Nintendo 64 that I want to re-release of that. I got a collection, actually, it's only in Japan. I got to import because I don't think Konami's going to bring it here. Please, Konami, if you're listening, bring that Goemon collection here. I want to buy it, or I'll import it. I mean, I guess maybe they'll listen because they listened a few weeks ago and I said we haven't heard anything about those Sega Retro Revival cases. They're bringing Crazy Taxi back. They did show this week. We're bringing it back. They gave like a little teaser saying, hey, the light's coming on. I was like, oh my god, they're bringing back Crazy Taxi after they showed it a few years ago. So I think Summer Games Fest we might be getting something like Crazy Taxi. I hope so. I love Crazy Taxi so much. That's another one as far as it. So, well, okay, not necessarily a game I got at Christmas, just to go to that. Because I'm thinking, like, well, that's, I guess, another idea as far as, like, a Christmas game, or a game associated with getting it for Christmas, but that one I didn't. Actually, no, I think all the games in that franchise, I think I, like, bought every one of those myself. Yeah, I think I bought every one of those myself, except maybe the first one. Because I bought 2 of myself years later, I bought 3 myself years later, I bought Fair Wars on PSP myself later. I think that's it. Yeah, I'll get that new one later as far as it. They did say it's not canceled, so we'll see what happens with that. And maybe we'll see what Rez Infinite's got cooking up next. Since they did do Limit As Your Eyes, maybe they got something new going on. Also, one thing, actually, Dalton's saying this. We had a graduation barbecue in college the other day, and we had a large screen of which everyone was playing Mario Kart. So in that case, people were saying, like, hey, let's celebrate as far as that really good game of Mario Kart. Good choice. You remember which one it was? Was it World? The one on Switch 2, or was it 8 Deluxe? I'd assume it'd be one of those, but who knows? But it's fun. Yeah, absolutely. Occasionally, actually, with Mario Kart, believe it or not, outside of... Okay, I did do scoping shows... Not scoping shows. I did the Switch 2 Chronicle shows I was off-screen for last year. Outside of those, we have not shown Mario Kart on the show. And the only reason why is because I think I want to do the Super Nintendo one first, and I need people on that. There you go. Oh, one more line and you're all set. It was Mario Kart World, the Switch 2 game. Gotcha. Okay, which is definitely a great game. I know people have softened on it over the year, I guess, as we're in this beautiful, beautiful forest with rain dropping down and the leaves. It's something where I find that game very... That's actually like this one, I kind of find that one very relaxing. Just kind of put in and just kind of play around, just kind of looking around for challenges. And sometimes I just see like, oh, there's a challenge over here, and then I also hear the remixes of the music. And they didn't patch the game, so when it first came out, when Edwack was showing it to us, it was like, wait, what's the music that's coming out of that? And then, but now they give you the indication on the menu saying like, oh yeah, what the music is from, what game it's from. Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, it was a blast. No, yeah, absolutely. And that's a case of something like this. I'll say this, good, bring up the Ollie Finn as far as this, saying games that honestly attract a crowd. And honestly, I mean, what would you say, Gemini 96, are some games that you think attract the crowd the best?
I guess any multiplayer game, like Smash or something.
Also say this, what games would you say, that I'll ask another variation of that question, which is, what are games that draw a crowd that you draw a crowd with? I mean, with me it's anything, but I say as far as if you're going to show other people games, just kind of nonchalantly put something on. What's a case of something you kind of show, and then you're like, wait, gets people kind of noticing?
Yeah, not sure.
I don't know, would it be Earthbound? Would it be Earthbound? I mean, you love it, so I mean, that's maybe one thing, but I don't know if... Well, sometimes the question like, hey, what is this? I'm trying to think, actually, in my case, I'll answer the question too, which is, what's a game that I like to put on to attract a crowd? Actually, you know what? I'll tell you, the game I like to put on to attract a crowd, I've done this a couple times, actually, with this one. Rystar for the Sega Genesis. I think I've shown you that one, have I not?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a game I always want to show that game to people, because I know I came to that game late. It was on Sega Genesis in 1995, but I didn't play it until 2004. I mentioned that, who is this? Yeah, the director of this game, Takashi Ishihara, he did the interface design of the classic game compilation it came out of, that being, not Midway, that's what we're doing next week, Sonic Mega Collection Plus. The unlock process is annoying because of the case you have to open games multiple times and it's not easy to keep track of how it goes. But I knew the unlock of this was coming, so let me do this. I never played it. I said, for all the time I had to try and keep track of this myself, of how many times did I open these games to get this going. I said, well, all the time I put into this, that game better be brilliant. It was brilliant. And it's a case where I always show people, like, this is an absolute showcase for this console. It's something where I love kind of getting the attention, also setting the mood for it. Actually, it did, actually, Dolphin saying this, yes, it did do that as far as tracking the crowd, and students particularly love Wii Sports and dancing games. Okay, so I guess, like Wii Sports, but also, I guess, yeah, like Just Dance, I guess, as far, and that's the one that's most prevalent now, because I also have Dance Central, which I have the Xbox 360, oh wait, there's only on Xbox 360, but in case where, I guess in that case, games that really make people look at it, it's like, oh, I want to play that. And you could also say that maybe when it comes to going into an arcade, I guess then maybe it's this thought of saying, because I know you've shown people Earthbound constantly because you adore it, but also part of the case of saying, I know, and I think maybe it's just this way for you, but really for anybody, I think it's saying you can kind of maybe attract a crowd with any game, because we're like, what is that? And then in your case, you're explaining, oh, this is Earthbound, this is a game that means so much to me. Right. At that case, then it was like, because you're interested in it, other people are interested. I mean, it's not just me. I mean, I am interested as far as really anything anybody shows me for any reason. People are like, are you real? Well, I totally am. I don't think they ever really question that, but if they were like initially wondering, is it really that important to see it? Yeah, it is. Hence why we have the aspect of the way the show goes, of saying games that people know, I want to understand what they are if I don't know them, and then celebrate them with them when I do. But then saying that something like that passion that comes off of you or really anybody for anything is something that in its way can kind of create a crowd. And that's what I think on this game too. So that's, I think, why it's a fitting case. As now, for level 2 on this, the rain stopped, and now it's a nice sunny day. It's getting a little misty now. We're doing mistier when you're doing the clear outs of everything there. So the case that, yeah, it's almost like early morning. Also, the soundtrack here, as far as hearing the way the music's going, but also there the birds. Okay, so right now the birds are taking off as far as how they're flying, as it's becoming, I guess, early afternoon. Yeah, this is the part we didn't see Dolly Finn. This is where we ended when we looked at this for the showcase. Wow, look at that. I'm glad that came up, going to the idea of saying, I guess, gaming in public places, but also the idea of us showing games to people as far as it, because in some ways, really, as I said, anything to kind of get a crowd going, even in the wrong way. I mean, I like to do it the wrong way as far as that, even know damn well that is true. But also saying that sometimes I don't know what to say because I don't know what they are. Sometimes the case of saying, I just got this game, like, I don't know what this is. That's why I do the Switch Online Day so constantly. It's like, what is this game? Like, what's Tonic Trouble? I keep bringing that up, but I said, I had never played this. I don't know what it is. Let's experience it together. And we're looking like, we had the intro of this guy drinking a can and vomiting on the ground. It's like, what did I put in? I can show this at work. It's safe. But I said, what is this? And I know people sometimes look to me and have all the answers. Like, trust me, I don't have all the answers. And something like that. I said, I don't know what to say as far as something like that. I can't necessarily explain that. Although sometimes I do know the idea of what it is. I mean, I certainly knew that when we showed off Tower Draga. I keep having to show it off because they keep re-releasing it. Every time I think I'm out, to go to another movie quote, every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. And then Ed Wackadicki then buy me another version for Japan, which is true because they bought me 2 of them already. They bought me the GameCube version and they bought me the Famicom version. So in that case, that game's never going to die, as far as it's... But again, Namco loves it more than I do, apparently, because of that. Like, I don't love the game, but it's fascinating. But then sometimes the case of, yeah, look, I'll do that, I guess, on purpose. That's what I did with Plumbers Don't Wear Ties before we did the show, and I said, okay, there you go. That... Sometimes maybe that's the thought, of saying you can't believe some of the stuff exists, but also sometimes in the good way, saying maybe you couldn't believe a game like this exists. I don't know. Who else have you told other people about this game? Do you know?
No.
Honestly, in my case, outside of the show, I don't think I have either, because I think most of the people we know, I think, had exposed us to it. Right. I think the only other person, I guess, maybe we hadn't, was Kaylee. Because she doesn't play a lot. I don't think she's played a lot of puzzle games necessarily, but also I think in her case she also questioned, and I showed her bust move too, saying, how do you set it as a puzzle? I guess she takes it in the more literal case of saying, like putting together like a jigsaw puzzle, that being a puzzle, which is a good insight, really. But actually, I don't know if we've shown her this. We should. I think, but I'll say this, I do believe this is one of those games that even if puzzle games are not your thing, and I know for certain people, like, we know this is not our dominant genre, it's Dolly Finn, so that's for sure, as one aspect, but also a case of saying, I think no matter who you are, this is something I think anybody can get into. I mean, in some ways, Tetris kind of is that. Even the people I know were semi-puzzle versed, they play Tetris. Mm-hmm. Whether they play this one, that's the question, but also a case of saying, if I'm going to recommend a Tetris game to someone, that's like the traditional Tetris play method, I probably would start with this, or maybe the NES or Game Boy one, but maybe this one. Maybe in a modern context, that might be the way to go. Yeah, because I'm trying to think also, I guess, because it's something I know. What do you think about this? I got into a discussion with this with a couple people, but also I got into it with Crusader 64, and I don't know what you think about this. I probably should have brought this up when we played Earthbound, honestly, now I'm thinking about this, which is, how much do you think the graphics of a game, as far as an older game, are something that's going to turn off modern audiences, I guess, who might not be used to it? Like with Earthbound. Do you think the look of that would be something that they turn up their nose and say, oh, I want to go play, I don't know, the stereotype is Overwatch, I'll say.
Yeah, I guess someone who's used to playing modern games might just take a look at the graphics and say, yeah, they just wouldn't want to give it the time.
But it's one of those weird things. I would like to put that to the test personally, honestly, of saying, yeah, I don't have children, or I'm not in a case where I know people with children as far as where I see them a lot. It's honestly really rare for me that I've gotten a case of being able to expose classic games like this to younger generations to certain extents. I mean, to certain extents, yes, but also even in cases like that, it's something where it's usually not like really young. Like, what's the next generation of gaming going to look like? Or gamers going to look like? Yeah. I mean, we know some people like in their 20s and 30s and things like that, but still, case of saying, and yeah, feel free to Dollyfin in chat to go into that. I don't know, I get the sense, it's sometimes one of those questions, because I guess you think, like, well, what about the success of something with Mario? But then again, I guess with Mario, is it something that they would go back to Super Mario Bros. Wonder say, because it just came out, as far as the Switch 2 edition of that, when it comes to that, as opposed to saying, oh, I want to take a look at Super Mario World. Or is it something they'd look at something like that, or an Earthbound, and say, wow, this looks colorful, this looks really playful, I'm kind of curious about what this is.
Right.
And that's maybe a fascination to me. Yeah, it's getting way faster. And honestly, with this one, I think maybe this is one of those cases where it kind of fits that way of saying, I think people would be attracted to how it looks, but then I think when they know how it plays, that's going to hold them. And even a game that looks amazing, like nowadays, probably a case where if it's not fun, they're not going to say, like, oh, I want to play this anymore. I would think, as we're in a kaleidoscope. Oh, actually, Dolphin's saying this. I actually share Tetris Attack with my friend's children. What do they think of it then, Dolphin? Thank you for indicating that. Just because I've been one to ask this question, getting into these discussions with Crusader 64 and Edwack in particular, saying like, oh yeah, kids don't care about something like this. But it's like, I don't know if that's true, but I'd like to see what is their reaction. Do they like what they're seeing? Like with Tetris Attack, for example. You played that game, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So for that game, taking that as far as a visual case, with this game we're seeing this beautiful kaleidoscope. But I guess with that game, particularly the way we got it, it's something where we have Yoshi and little Yoshi and all the characters in Yoshi's Island. I guess the question then, does the character attract them? Or does the look of it? Which is all I've been saying they fixate on the old-fashioned look of the pixels, but they like Yoshi. Okay. Because then that also goes to another case when it goes to the rise of like pixel art games in modern context, like Undertale.
Right, yeah.
Undertale's a game that I know took off massively. And admittedly, that is a game that's like, isn't that like over 10 years old now?
Yeah, I think it was like 2015 or something.
Right, okay, so, but that's a case where it's running that style, and, I mean, that's my question. Then, if it's that relatively new, is it something that people would turn their nose up to it, or would they like the idea of saying, hey, this has this kind of nice vibe to itself? That's why I question the Earthbound thing in particular, especially that one game in particular against something like Undertale.
Yeah,
So
there have been more, pixel art games in recent years.
Yeah. Or like with Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon's a case, Stardew Valley. I know the guy who made that. He said, I love Harvest Moon. I had my copy of the game signed by the people who made it. I want to have my own twist on this that has the same farming sim case. And back in 1997, we didn't get games like that, except for maybe Sim Farm from Maxis. But nowadays, we go to every Nintendo Direct, we have a bingo card and saying, there's got to be a farming game somehow.
Yeah.
But then people saying, like, Stardew Valley's the one that really took off. And even the way it looks, saying that somehow has some kind of visual intrigue to people, even as far as something like that. But also they like the colors. Okay, true, and we're seeing the beautiful colors in this game. And Dolphin, I know you're a big one who pushes on or emphasizes color. I'll say that because maybe that's something when you look at a game like this. Gemini 96 for you. When you first saw it, what drew your eyes to it to start?
Yeah, the visuals definitely.
The visuals.
Yeah.
I guess maybe is that always the case with a video game? I guess maybe the thought of saying.
Yeah, I guess just naturally that's gonna be the first thing.
Yes, I guess sometimes. I've heard people sometimes say that sometimes they've heard the music as far as another conscious thing. What does this come out of? Like, ooh, this music sounds great. What game is it? Let's take a look. And people will say, like, ooh, this is cool. Actually, in my case, what do you think about this? We're getting maybe a little existential in this one. In thinking, and the music's amazing in this game too. I'm trying to think, I guess, of a case of when is a case that I went to a game that was not because of the graphics and not because somebody told me they really liked it, or they really hated it for that matter. Or I guess a case of, well, going back to the Rise Star case again, I mean, I'd seen screenshots of it over the years, but I didn't really know much about it. I guess in that case, for that collection, as far as it, I just knew it's in this collection. I got to go through the unlock process eventually. Let me just do it now, get it over with. But then realizing, well, it's a great game. But what do you think about that? I don't know. Maybe it usually is either the way it looks. Maybe it's the word of mouth of saying something is great. A case where it's a game that maybe I needed to put more time into that I didn't, like Earthbound, for example. And now I've gotten that one figured because of you, as far as an example, because I know you adore it. Like, maybe that's what it takes. Someone who adores a game like that to get attention to somebody who might have missed it, or cases where it didn't play as much as they should have. Think about this. Well, okay, I mean, just looking at my wall, the first thing that's coming to mind, Mad Maestro for the PlayStation 2. Did I ever show you that?
No.
It is actually, believe it or not, one of our most watched shows on our YouTube site. It's a game, this is a game that I kind of was attracted to maybe because of the premise. Actually, I'll say a couple of those games were published by Fresh Games. That was an IDOS initiative from the early 2000s. There are a couple of games that Sony published on the PlayStation 2 in Japan that they didn't want to publish here. One of them was Mad Maestro, which is a game where it's a conducting game. Basically, it's running classical music, and you do conducting. It has like a little, I'll link to our player that below, but what happens in this game is that you play as a conductor. You have to save the town hall, or the town hall, like the concert hall, from being torn down. So they said, we're gonna get a crew together, and we're gonna put on a show. It's like, who has musical talent experience as far as it. But the idea is you're playing as the conductor, so as far as how it goes, you use the pressure-sensitive buttons on the PS2 to be pressing that and then saying, hey, you basically tell the orchestra to get quieter or louder, or basically direct them based on what it is. And if you don't do it right, the music will like go discordant or something like that. Mm-hmm. The concept seems so cool, and I played it. This is an amazing concept for a game, and they deliver it really well. It has a little bit of a learning curve, yes, but it's also something that it's fantastic. And even though we showed it for the show already, and people had a great time, I'd love to show it again, honestly. It's that good a game. And the other game also I recently mentioned was, this actually did get a modern re-release. Mr. Mosquito.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know Mr. Mosquito,
yeah,
don't you?
I've seen that game.
Mm-hmm.
That is quite a game.
Or Ka, as it was known in Japan. That's a case where you're playing as a mosquito. You basically, each summer, and you have to you sort of terrorize the family, I'm trying to remember the name of the family as far as it, but you're in Japan as far as how it is, and the idea is you kind of float around with this cartoonish mosquito, and the idea is that you have to suck their blood, and the idea is that they even turn and saying, you have to rotate, like with Mad Maestro, it kind of has a unique gameplay look, as we're kind of seeing the great tropical area here, of saying, well, you rotate the analog sticks to basically keep the blood sucking going on, but also make sure they don't notice the fact that you're sucking their blood. It's usually the case of mosquito. You don't always notice that they're biting you until like hours later. But then the idea, if they notice it too much, they'll slap and then you die. So in that case, saying that's on the concept. So honestly, on those two concepts, I heard the idea, but I didn't necessarily see the games. And I didn't play Mr. Mosquito yet. It actually cost some money on the PS2, but they did re-release it on PS4 and 5. So in that case, that's probably how we're going to show it. But Mad Maestro is a game that does not cost much money, and I think because of the concept, maybe that's the idea. The concept of the game seemed interesting. I said, well, maybe we haven't seen a game that does something like this. So that might have been the idea as far as something that didn't attract based on the graphics. And I guess as far as either of those games, the graphics have a style to them, although to be fair, you're not necessarily buying those games for the graphics exactly. In the case of both of those, you're not buying in the case of the voice acting either, but the voice acting is unintentionally hilarious, particularly in the case of Mr. Mosquito. Because in Mr. Mosquito's case, you have like the huddle cam, where basically they have the close-ups of the camera as they're saying, "Go to the shop and buy some bug spray and make sure it works." And then you just have the wife saying, "Maybe you could go out and buy it for yourself." It's kind of weird the way they dubbed that. And I'd also want to do Mad Maestro again for this reason. That was back before I was taking voice actor notes on everything. So in that case, for Mad Maestro, maybe it's like, who did the voice work on this? I don't think it's famous people that I noticed. And it was weird. I mean, the voice acting is not very good in that game, but it is also something that, well, as Life for Star Chat says, like, it looks like nice. It kind of does, as far as certain things. So in that case, it's interesting. In that case, it's a concept thing, I guess, that got made. And now this case, okay, so it's a fireworks festival. I guess fitting for Memorial Day weekend, as far as it. Or I guess the only other case as far as fireworks like this in games, there's Boom Boom Rocket, which I have on Xbox 360. It's kind of a rhythm game of sorts. Actually, you can play with the Guitar Hero Rock Band guitars. They patched it later for that. And the other one, I don't have this. It's called Fanavision. It was on the PlayStation 2. It was a launch game. It is a case where you're basically like launching up fireworks. I don't know if people said it was good, but it's a fireworks launching game. That's neat. And maybe for this game also thinking this, saying, it's Tetris, we played this, but also saying, what can we do to, as I mentioned earlier, run the idea of like almost a festival of music, a festival of lights and colors and visuals. And you're seeing here, as he's making the line clear, just with an amazing attention to detail, let the next one go, before I emphasize it. That sets off the fireworks. And now it's going crazy. My God, it's beautiful. Get the crowd going wild. I love it. Yeah, almost. But again, the visual beauty being something nice. Actually, it's interesting because when I looked at this, at first I said, I was like, I don't know what I'm seeing first. It seems like, oh yeah, we're just getting like, I don't know. Right, because I see the lights going past. I hear cheering. It almost sounds like maybe it's like a, I guess a music festival. Go back to that again. Actually, it's almost like the open air kind of music festival concept a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Or it's like, what's that game of harmonics that's you can't buy anymore? I have it because it's by them. What is it? What the hell's the name? Fuser. That was yeah, the people who made Rock Band and the Karaoke Revolution. They made Fuser, which is almost like it's sort of a DJing game a little bit. It also has a lot of licensed music, so of course, you know, we can't play it on the show unless I mute the music or do something. I don't know. I mean, I found a way to play Rock Band Blitz on this show by an amazing circumstances. All those circumstances being songs that are not copyright infringing because they come out of video games, or they were the internet meme song like Brody Quest, which they put in the 360 version of the Rock Band game. So in that case, like, I can use this, or use the classical music, or use Still Alive from Portal, or one of the songs from Explosion Man, and then also Super Meat Boy. But as far as that, it is almost that kind of same concept as far as the way the milieu that is set. But because it was digital only, it's gone for good, and the licensing ran out. But it was interesting. I do like the idea of being able to play around with the music as far as saying doing different things. So I guess that theme too. Actually, I guess that's maybe one thing to think about with Rez Infinite and with harmonics. They always have this idea of like, how do you interact with music in a game? And they always come with depending on whether they do them really well or not. And it doesn't mean they do them really well, but also what they come with is something unique. And actually, there is one from Harmonix on Switch, which I meant to buy, I never did, and they do still have it because it's something with original music. That's Super Beat Sports. I gotta get that just because I always forget about that game. And they also made Amplitude on the PS2 and Frequency. As mentioned, they made Guitar Hero 1, 2, and Rocky 80s, and what's the other one of theirs? I mentioned Jade Central and also Karaoke Revolution. Actually, believe it or not, Karaoke Revolution is the reason I bought a PS2. Even though it's a case where I also got Kingdom Hearts and Gran Turismo 3 with it, but that's why I bought PS2. Okay. Back to Fireworks Festival. Feel free to go into anything else, chat you got on your minds on this one, or more comments on what you're seeing, because we love this game. Our show loves this game. We were saying we got to come back to this. Like you said, usually the question of do we have a chat discussion as far as saying we want to see this. I said, I'm making the sort of decision for us. We're coming back to this game. It's all part of a great time. Yeah, you're gonna get this one, I believe it. See, that's funny. I was keeping quiet because A, I don't want to break your concentration. B, also because I'm vibing out to the music. That's the other thing about this game is that it's one of those games that you can just totally lose yourself in. You know?
Yeah.
Also, something I know that one thing the AG42 said as far as this, I may as well get the sense of everything I know that everybody said about this game. He tends to play this game a lot, in particular when he's waiting for Headwack to come down as far as doing their daily Super Smash Bros. Brawl fighting. But also one thing he says that he loves this game, but he says that it's one of those games that, I'm trying to think, how do you put this? He said something along the lines of it's a game that he loves to play, but something where he wishes that I don't know. It's something he more pulls out when he's not playing other things, if that makes sense. Or cases where he's waiting on, I guess, other people to play other games, or cases saying that, hey, I want a quick burst, so I'll put this in.
Yeah.
Not the case where he doesn't necessarily lose himself in it, because I've seen cases where he has. Anyway, is this making sense how I'm describing this?
Yeah. Like,
I'm trying to think of what the best way to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if you have nothing else to play, or you just want, something quick to play while you're waiting for something,
Which I think maybe his disappointment that way of saying that he loves this, he feels like, almost like, I don't know, he can't play this as far as something like this. Although, to be honest, I'll say this also, maybe I'm the same way, and I'll say this, okay, this is definitely the case. I think I use the show as a way to get through, I'm not going to call it a backlog. Every game almost on my shelf is a backlog game if you really want to think about it to a certain extent. Well, maybe not, but cases where, in the case of the show, it gives me an excuse to kind of go through them, but also a case of saying, look, I want to divvy some time up to say, like, hey, I want to go into this, I want to explore this stuff. And as far as the scoping session case, like, look, I love this game, I bought it and had a great time with it, in a case of saying that I think it deserves attention as far as the show. Or some of these other games I know we got coming up on the line, as far as the scoping session stuff in general, saying that I want to have a case of coming to some of these things that I just haven't yet. I know Persona 3 FES is a game like that. I know I got to play that, and I want it, but something I said I know my chat wants to see, so that's something I want to be set for that. As far as saying, let's look at it that way. Or, I guess honestly, even when chat requests a game, maybe it makes it easy for me. It's like, okay, I can get ready for it. Okay, so saying, like, look, I know we got to do something when it's something where I want to put some time into it. In some ways, I guess I have the same struggle he does. So close.
This one's giving me a run.
That's fine. Yeah, you sit here and you savor it. That's what you do. I mean, to be fair, I've also been in cases like that. Honestly, the joke has usually been that when it comes to certain puzzle games, I have a lot of struggles going on. When we looked at Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine the first time, the only time so far. Well, I'm going to look at that again. But when that happened, I was kind of in a case of saying, I'm going through that story mode, and damn, that game is hard. So at that case, I said, well, I gotta keep going, and eventually I got it. And it was satisfying when I got it, in particular. But also something I said, well, that kind of just drove me more and more. There you go. And I also love the claps going on when you do a line clear. And every level has something different as far as how they set that up. And it's amazing that they said, we're going to set it up. Because usually a lot of games like this, you'll say, and even other games of Tetris, they'll say, we just need the one sound. And usually they're right. They don't need something separate. But for this game, saying what this is doing, they then say, well, we're going to have it so it's going to theme to where we're at. And it adds so much, even just a little case of just listening to it. That sounds so nice, or it looks so nice when the clear's going. And even the background, as far as that going with the fireworks. No, you're almost there, and I'm not taking this. You have to do this, and you can do it, and you will do it. And I don't care if it takes the rest of the time. You can do it. We're gonna sit back, and you can do this. Given the stuff you've done on the show, you've got nothing. We believe in you. Like I said, it shows how difficult the game is getting. So it's reflecting the chat saying that this game is not easy. But also, it is a very gradual learning curve. I do love that too. Okay, actually, okay, I did notice Dolphin saying, yeah, wow, super, as far as I think everything we're seeing, yeah, clearly also everything that's going on with this, and also, yeah, just what we're doing as far as making this game go. There you go. There you go, back-to-back Tetrises, there you go. Did it. Good job. Awesome. Great job. Fantastic. There you go, the results. Good job. That was the last one of the line. Yeah, I think you want to break?
Yeah, you want to play?
Fantastic. I just as far as you, like, yeah, go out on top as far as it for now, as we go to the next set of stages. There you go. Fantastic. All right, now in this case, I'll have to go through, I guess, the girders here. All right, let's see what this. Whoa. No, not that way. This is interesting as far as how this looks. It's almost, in a way, maybe seem like maybe it's a little abstract and maybe hard to run. Although, honestly, I don't know. I'm not really getting a sense that it is. So I'm going to run this. See, what can I do to make... Oh, no! See, I can have a problem with that, too. Uh-oh. Well, go that way. Actually, I don't know. Does that count as me hitting the top? No, it just stays in place. Let's see, hit that. Oh, I see. So it... Okay, so it stops until I do a drop. I wasn't sure how that worked. The way the I'm trying to think as far as how the instruments on this stage are going. So yeah, all right. Well, I don't know. What are we looking at on this one? I'm not completely sure yet. What are you saying? What are you thinking as far as this? It almost looks like, I don't know. We almost did it looked like, yeah, you're seeing almost the Latisse, I don't know, curtains there, almost like in a cabana or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Chad also, he has the other thing. Also, posthumously, or not posthumously, wait to say this, but well done. So, Dolphin was saying as far as, yeah, after last level, you're right. That was one hell of a feat. So, yeah, this is interesting. What are we looking at here? But also that interesting case. Yeah, Chad also asked this review as well. What are we looking at here? It almost, I don't know if it's going to be like a Rorschach test so much as it's saying what is the kind of thing that we're seeing as far as out of the setup here. And next stage, what we got? Actually, yeah, maybe it is, like, cause yeah, those, it's like up arrows for that, but something else. Okay, so now what are we doing? Okay, it looks like we're we're on an icy mountain. I love that, it's almost like the, I'm gonna say it's almost like the twinkling ice, or perhaps, I don't know, like the, well, I'm thinking wind chimes. Like, I don't know, is wind chimes the right way to go as far as saying that? I mean, maybe, but I don't know if I'd associate that with winter. And with this beautiful kind of, I guess, snowy mountain music. Almost like a quieter take on the Halaska Day music out of Sonic Unleashed. That is always the song I always love to put on as far as the holidays of people, including people saying, oh, I've done it to all of you before, as far as what that was. That music, the doot, 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 doot. And then you have, like, the way the bells are going as far as that. That I need to do something about this and quick. Okay, so zone power, just to give a sense of what that is. Okay, no, it is on timer. First it's like, wait, is it actually going on timer? But I guess when I got to the end on the other one, he didn't do it. He didn't do anything? I don't know. There we go. Okay, there you go. So we got Tetris. I think it's Octris if you get 8 or more. Although, yeah, it would be a Sceptris. Yeah, because I always remember the line in Finding Dory when it's a case where it's the octopus who had one of his arms down. You're Septipus. So, there we go. Okay, so now it was a snowy night as far as how it was, but now morning has come. And yeah, there's the mountain. It's like we climbed Everest. Oh, that was not good. Alright, I don't know. Well, okay, it might be good. Alright, so now we have. Oh, it's like sunset. Look at that. I'll tell you, that reminds me of when I was out in Austria over the holidays. It was a case we climbed up one of the mountains around there, and it was a case it was around sunset. I'm probably gonna lose this. I'll see. What can I salvage anything on my zone power? I don't know. I'm too high. So even on my zone power. Okay, so if nothing else, showing the fact that your zone power is something that you can't use it to completely get out of the way. But I was saying when I was out in Austria, something where we were out the mountain as the sun was going down, and it was beautiful. I was like, yeah, I gotta pay attention to chat as far as seeing like if they say anything else that I didn't notice already. But it's also one of those things that said maybe it's a case also like with many puzzle games, especially this one, saying that am I losing focus? So I'm saying like, wait, I didn't notice that Dolly Finn said, "Well done to your last level," until like I don't know, 3 minutes later. All right, there we go. So that's the combo there. Okay, yeah. I don't know if maybe the way I play Tetris is the right or the wrong way, but okay, that's a good place to put that. Sometimes maybe I think I probably should try and just get lines where I can, but then some cases where, as I said, when I play 99 in particular, Tetris 99, it's something where I realize, I don't know, that's not a winning strategy, because I've never ever won that. Although I have gotten in the top, I think 15, or maybe if not top 15, top 20 before. And then I would basically stop. So how are people doing this? The way they're doing this is they're doing, I think, what you did, which is, and also what AG42 does, which is build the stack up as high as you can and then clear Tetris as much as you can. That's good. Okay. But sometimes I guess it becomes a struggle saying, hey, if everything's going to be going so fast, what are you going to do to make sure you keep that going? In that case, saying like where to use a hold piece, saying put that set. But also, you're right, I need to get set up for a Tetris, of which I can do it right now. Do that off the wow! Oh my God, Aurora Borealis. Okay, that's something we didn't see before. So, okay, this level seems like it might be. Okay, I want to hold that. This level seems like it might be. Wait, hold on. How far did I get? How many lines did I have before I lost last time? The only reason I'm asking is because we saw the sunset, but does the fact that I hit a Tetris at the time I got to the next segment of it, did that maybe, I don't know,
Skip the sunset?
either skip the sunset or change what we see? Boom. Because I'm wondering if that's a factor. Chad, have you seen, do you know the answer to that? I mean, we'll find out more when I get to this. We'll get to this for full, though it's a case that even when it came to me taking the notes on this one, I didn't have as many notes to this as I would have thought. It is not a game, I guess, that's full of voice acting cases. It's something where I didn't necessarily, I mean, I only have like 9 pages of notes. Or it's like Edwack said, I had like 9 pages of notes on Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. He said, Scooby-Doo does not need 9 pages of notes. I was like, yes, it does with this voice cast. You kidding me? But still a case of saying what determines what is a long case of notes when I do it for the show and what isn't. In this case, also saying, where do I want to hit that? I want to hit that there. Yeah, I have that. Those are always the hardest pieces as far as the ones that are kind of on the... Yeah, that thing. What? Okay, I think that's the same one. Right, there you go. Because those are always the hardest pieces for me to fit in. I don't know what your case is as far as that.
Yeah, there's the mirrored ones.
The mirrored ones, okay, I wasn't sure how to describe that. So yeah, it's a good way of getting a sense of that. Okay, that's good. Right. Also, we're pointing out a little late to that. Okay, first off, don't do what I just did. I'll do that to maybe salvage myself. I don't think T-spin this. Yeah, okay, I made it worse. I would say when you use hold piece, when you swap off, I have the T here. I guess, yeah, that's what that is. I have that, I hold it off, I get rid of that to hold off onto my line piece, because that's the most powerful piece. Case in point. But also, when you do the hold piece swap, I don't know if we played a Tetris game fully, or even as far as something like this, where we've had it yet, I don't think. I don't think we did. As soon as you do the swap off as far as the hold piece, you have to use whatever they gave you. So in that case, okay, I was thinking swapping off. So in that case, I'm stuck with that, so you can't swap between your pieces willy-nilly. Because you have one swap, and then you use it, and then you have to run with what you got. Which is fair. And that's usually how the hold piece is ever since they introduced it, which... do you remember a Tetris game they introduced that in? I know T-spins was the new Tetris on Nintendo 64. Hold piece... I don't know, do you know?
I don't know.
Chat, do you know what the Tetris game that introduced the hold pieces were? Wait a second. I'm trying to think if... Did the Famicom Tetris, which is different than the one we got. It's not the same that we got. The Famicom Tetris, which is in Tetris Forever. I remember, did that have a... I don't know if it did. I don't think so. So, whoa, okay, here we go. Now we're in the Lotus Lands. Look at that. Okay, I'll tell you what that's like. It almost looks like, you know, the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy a little bit. Sort of as far as how the visuals go. Although that's fitting because Tetris on NES has the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy on the music as far as. Yeah, the way they're using the harps here, oh my god, it's lovely. I don't know, so Dollyfin says. Alright, I'll edit down below. What's the Tetris game where they introduce the whole piece? The hard drop, actually no, a lot of the other ones did have it. In fact, wait, let me remember, I have my, oh shit, that's not a good place to hold that. Tetris on Famicom does have the whole piece. That's that. Okay, so I'm gonna wait. Let it zone out. Also, here and there, it's kind of doing the Ichiro. Can I? Oh, okay, I didn't die, did I? Okay, good. I was saying, yeah, because it basically holds at the end. Oh wait, no, I only have these. One of the cases where, okay, good. Also trying to do the T-spin, but it's like, yeah, why do I want to do that near? No. Oh, no. Oh, thank God, Jesus Christ.
Nice.
That was close.
Awesome.
Oh my God. Alright, one more and then oh, unless I die. Alright, it sounds like we're in the factory. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna let you have next. Yeah, have next. Okay, so yeah, we didn't see much of that, but we're gonna see what's there now. Okay.
Starting out fast.
Starting 11. That is not the highest speed they give you. Actually, for this game, that's another question saying where high speeds are. I know the Windows one, the one I grew up with from the Microsoft Entertainment Pack, that does go up to 10. I think a lot of them went up to 10. This goes up even higher than 11. The fact that they're starting you this way, that's where things are getting hairy. And also the question of this, which is what, again, what are we looking at? We'll see. That's the beauty. Sometimes you don't know. And it's abstract enough to, okay, question that, but also saying, like, okay, I can focus on the game. But also something where the background details don't necessarily distract necessarily. Or, sorry, they don't distract in the case of saying that it's so much that you lose your focus on what's going on in the game. I'm trying to think. There's something with a puzzle game that we played, or what is it? Something where the question of, I guess the busyness of the background. Actually, no, it was Pucci Carrot. That was the game. That's a Taito game. That was in Taito Legends 2 that we played last year. Because for that game, what they do is they have like anime sort of. It's FMV. They have to have encoded that with FMV, I believe. But I didn't find enough information to sort of being able to ascertain exactly what they did. Based on the tech of that, it looks like that's what they did. And some people have said, hey, it seems like it's too busy. Because it's amazing what goes on, saying that you have the anime characters of that game, they kind of reacting, saying like, oh, well, I'm going to win, as far as they're like, oh no, I'm in trouble of losing, or if they do a successful attack on you, like they kick the screen. The case of saying that, is that something where maybe you lose your focus, of which maybe, although Pucci Carrot, the thing about that one is, it is a puzzle game, yes, but basically it's a mix of Bust-A-Move and Breakouts a little bit. Because in that one, what happens is that it's like Bust-A-Move in this case where you knock down the pieces that are on the wall, and they can kind of, if you knock the ones on the top, it drops the other ones off that are on the bottom. But then also cases like a bouncing ball game, like Breakout or Argonoid or something like that. Actually, did I show you Bust-A-Move? Any of them? Or have you played any of them?
No.
Or Puzzle Bobble? Because it's named both as far as how it is.
No.
And Pucci Carrot I know is insanely obscure, and there's not modern release of that I know of. Though Taito has been putting out tons of games of theirs on the arcade archives. They put out Argonoid recently. I'm very happy they put that out. And there's a collection that has actually a game that I did not know existed until my chat, or our chat, the best chat quick mentioned it. I think we played GoldenEye a couple of years ago. We're doing that in August. I'll get to that in the schedule. Okay, so yeah, with this one, it's like fire and ice a little. Oh, yeah.
Maybe think of the sun from Kirby.
Yeah, right. Like from Kirby Superstar, or are there other Kirby you're thinking of as well?
Superstar.
Well, Superstar has that, but also, wasn't there another one?
Or was it Nightmare in Dreamland?
Right. We haven't done Nightmare in Dreamland. In fact, we haven't done Adventure at all. I do want to do that at some point. I just need to be ready, because I know, actually, like Chris said, I want a catharsis, because that game is so damn difficult. I don't know, what's your take on that? Did you play Adventure, or is it just Nightmare in Dreamland that you played?
Yeah, I played Adventure too.
Okay. Do you think it's as hard as, like Chris might have said it is?
Yeah, it gets pretty difficult, yeah.
I would say the main reason I think it's difficult is because of the first game with copyability, and you lose it anytime you take a hit.
Yeah.
Although, I'll take it that way than when Amazing Mirror got the bright idea to do that. I don't know what I'm thinking on that one. But having said that, it's something where, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a good way of looking at that. But actually, wait a second, hold on. Didn't Kirby's Avalanche have those characters are in it, was it?
Yeah, they did.
Mr. Bright and I'm gonna say, but I'll save an edit. Because I know they announced them in that game because the voice samples of Kirby's Avalanche are insanely clear. I know it's Robin Prowse who did voice of that, who also did voice in Wario's Woods on Super Nintendo. And I'm pretty sure, good job on that, she was Amber in Blastcore. Let me see, hang on.
And now we're on the beach.
Oh, yeah, so I've gone back to Super Mario Sunshine. We played that. Serena Beach, I know, is your favorite level, and it's a beautiful stage. Look at that, just in time for summer. Let me get the name of those characters from Kirby. Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright.
Shine and Bright, right.
Who were in Kirby's Adventure you mentioned, Kirby's Dream Land 2, Avalanche, Nightmare in Dreamland, and the Sun and the Moon were fighting literally all day and all night. And also, speaking of Breakout, you ever play Kirby's Block Ball?
No.
Maybe they can re-release that on Switch Online. That it is basically Breakout with Kirby. Dreamland 3, A's Nod 2 and Canvas Curse, which I can play because I have it on the Wii U for that. Mass Attack, which I also have on Wii U. Triple Deluxe, Planet Robobot. Kirby and the Rainbow Course, which is also going to be a selfish Let's Play for me because I want to have a way to show the great graphics on the screen. And he's appeared in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and he's referenced as Kirby's Dream Buffet. Or they are, because there's two indications. Oh, and he's Kirby Air Race, which I actually did not know as far as the team being in there. Or them being in there, the two characters. Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright, there you go. I'll tell you what this is like. Okay, it was almost like we're in Hawaii, and the idea is that we're seeing like the hula show, or I guess the idea of like the fire festival as far as how it goes. Oh yeah, we definitely are because yeah, we have the crowd going wild as far as on that. And also when it's in a zone state like this, almost has the kind of sort of pastel color that games on the ZX Spectrum have. That, by the way, being a European PC from the 80s, which they're particularly Rare got their start on that in particular, with stuff like Jetpack and Gunfight and Attic Attack and Saber Wolf. Actually, I love this touch, so listen to the sound on this one. It's basically you're walking through the sand, it seems like. Or you're walking through... Yeah, basically you're trudging in some... Yeah, trudging into it, I think. There you go. Look at that. Actually, yeah, Blast from the Past, because Montague UK had the ZX Spectrum. That's, yeah, he has mentioned on the show. He mentioned playing What was it? You mentioned you played Tetris on it in particular, because there is a version of Tetris on that. Okay, aside from Doom, there's probably no other game that's been on more consoles than Tetris. I know AG42 said, remember the TA83 graphic calculator version? Like, yeah, there is actually a graphic calculator version. And I don't know if it's like with Doom where they ported it to a pregnancy test. I don't know if I told you that one yet.
Yeah.
I was saying, I love bringing that up just because it's like, well, it shows the idea that people want to port certain games as like a test to any console or anything that runs a computer operating system. I mean, they sometimes talk about the idea of, I think Bethesda's joked this. It said like, "Hey, we're gonna port Skyrim to a fridge or something." I was like, and then it was like, "Well, I don't know. Maybe they will port it to a fridge. Who knows?" Yeah, as far as ZX Spectrum games I have to show, I have some of them have been ported. Actually, the rare ones have because Rare Replay has a bunch of them. I think you might have all the ones they've made from that system. I think. Oh, actually, back when they were known as Ultimate Play the Game. Oh right, the Lamasoft, the Jeff Minter story collection I have, that has ZX Spectrum games. He worked on stuff on that as well. And okay, Tetris Forever doesn't have anything from that. So yeah, we do have ways to show that console. We do need to show that console, and yeah, I'll get into that in schedule. I know. I love that attention to detail. The sounds are getting a little more muffled when you're in zone state. Yeah, this is where it gets insane. I know that's where I think Crusader 64 was saying, like, oh my god, it's going too fast. Yeah, we got this. We're going to go through. I mean, this would be part of the scope anyway, saying let's go through this mode. Yeah, we definitely could show some stuff from ZX Spectrum that way. I mean, although in my case, that's the only way I think I can show, because A, I don't have one, and B, I don't know if it's something where, if I have to do like a power conversion on that, because it was a European device, and I also don't know what input it takes. I think it was mentioned this, Crusader 64, Ack and I were talking about this the other day. We were saying, what was the earliest case of, oh right, because Crusader 64 was saying that he had, at one point, a connector. He said, like, I had that cable that lets you run, like, channel 3, channel 4. He's like, oh, yeah, an RF switch. He's like, yeah. I was like, and we said to Ack, it's like, you ever have to run an RF switch? He's like, no, I was running composites. And so in that case, they're like, yeah, back in our day, I've seen, like, how the connections went. But also, as I said, for this show, since it is something where we're retro case, and we don't need to have anything special for this, we're running HDMI through Switch 2, so in that case just plug it right into the capture device. But for a lot of those older consoles, that's why I have the retro tank, as far as it's saying that it at least supports a composite input, but actually for systems that don't have even that. Because we haven't shown anything actually, we haven't shown anything older than NES on this show. And actually I don't think I have anything prior to the NES that uses only that. But it's also a question saying, I think for some of those things I need an RF to composite converter, I think. Actually, because I know Edwek, he has ColecoVision. I said to him, hey, do you want to show ColecoVision at some point? He's like, I don't know if it even works. And given how ColecoVision is, he's not wrong to suggest that. I've heard that Colecos are actually very unreliable. But having said that, it was a question of me saying, how am I going to connect some of that stuff? I think that would be the answer. I basically get an RF to composite converter, and then I basically plug in the retro tank. Because I was mentioning also, I know there's like old Pong consoles in the 70s where they didn't even do that. Apparently, it's a case we have to take these little hooks and you have to screw them into like the metal conductors on the back of the television or something. And those, God, I don't know if you could even convert those. But the question, like, hey, can we show the Magnavox Odyssey? Because I know the Magnavox Odyssey connected that way. That was like the first home console from 1972. That was the late Ralph Baer's device. Almost, come on. Yeah, almost. So close. Yeah, but as I said, it's something where in that case then collections honestly become an easy way to show, but also something where I have been asked, I said, when we get to some of these older systems, I said, I do want to figure that out. And honestly, I've said, this is going to be a too many games thing. I got to figure out, of the consoles I have that I do not have a way to stream yet, I got to figure DS and 3DS. I don't know if that's going to be a too many games thing. Game Gear, I gotta find a Retron 5 where I actually said, hey, I'm gonna actually buy one. Because then I can put my Game Gear cartridges into that. It's DS and 3DS, I gotta mod the console, or have the console modded, that's my only option, I don't have any other way. Outside of like Virtual Console releases from Wii U. Or cases where they've been put in collections, like a lot of those Mega Man, the Mega Man ZX games were put that way, the Star Fox games were put that way. What was the other thing from the DS line that was... Oh, right, the Castlevania games from DS. They're in that Dominus collection. And then outside of that... Yes, it's basically DS, 3DS, Game Gear... And... 32X, I just need... I'm gonna get a Model 2 Genesis for that, because it's not working with Model 1. And I know it works. So I said I'm going to basically keep my Sega CD and my 32X separate. Which I shouldn't have to do, but I think in that case I'm going to have to. And then anything older than that. So it'd be the Atari lines, television, ColecoVision, and then like Odyssey. I mean, but some of that stuff I don't even have. There's something I know that's come up saying like, wait, what can cover? And actually then the other thing is, well, VR. Actually, speaking of this game, I know, Jonathan, you and I talked about how VR would work on this thing. I think there's a way to do it, but it's also something that, A, I don't have like a MetaQuest or a VR2 from the PlayStation systems. And also, I would want to make sure that the video display for all of you would be like one image and not like showing like the two eye thing that you get for like a VR thing, or actually get for the Virtual Boy Switch Online thing. Actually, Virtual Boy, give me about a week. I might have an answer about how to figure that. We might be able to show that. I figured we might have, there might be a way to do it, and I'm thinking that actually might potentially be the way to handle like MetaQuest or something. Oh, I don't know. Have you ever seen or used a MetaQuest or like a VR device, modern one, Gemini 96?
No.
Because I'm wondering like, what the inputs on that look like. I think there is a way to like output it. I don't think you have to mod it. At least I don't think you do. I'll ask Alec next time he's in chat. I have one. Okay, Dolphin, do you know what the inputs on those are? Like, what do you connect those things to as far as... Because I know it's something where... Can you, like, output that to, like, a monitor or something like that? Just like curiosity. Because I know you showed me, like, how we could do as far as this game for VR. And I wouldn't be against that. And in that case, it would also give me a reason to buy it on the PS5. Because in that case, then I'd want to see what Unreal Engine 5... If this is what Unreal Engine 4 is doing in this thing, and it's amazing, I'd be curious. I'll check. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's also the idea of like why I love our best chat on Twitch, because they'll have answers to that, because they all know they have different, and you do too, walks of life in gaming and tech than I do. I don't have all the answers, so if you have an idea as far as something like that, I love hearing that and love getting a sense of a better understanding. All right, good job. I get the sense the zone timer is going down way faster on this stage than it has on the other ones. So close. Actually, it all gives the answer. Okay. Let's see. She does the answer. Saying here, you can stream the VR device like MetaQuest natively using apps downloaded directly onto it, like LiveHub from MetaQuest Store to stream directly to Twitch, YouTube, or any supported platform. Alternatively, you can use its built-in experimental stream features with the Meta button. Select share and then choose live, so you can live cast. And also there's an HDMI link for MetaQuest if you want to plug it directly into a device like your capture device or laptop by a physical cable. Okay, there you go. So that's the answer. So you either cast it directly as far as a direct stream to it, you use the share option, or you have an HDMI. Got it. Okay, so in that case, then yeah, that's no problem. That's easy for us. We could do either one of those options. Oh, actually, then for our show, I guess it would be we'd have to run the HDMI link, I guess. Though, yeah, we'd run the HDMI link because in that case, we'd want to make sure that we have it connected to our equipment. Thank you so much, Dollyfin, for that. As you're doing the Dino Dance, appreciate it. All right, so there you go. There's our answer. That's how we do VR on the show. I'm trying to think because I know. Actually, that's the other thing because I know that. When we looked at this, actually, when we did that puzzle showcase, I know we had new faces in chat that night, and they mentioned how they played games on, like, their iPads, and it was a case of thing like, yeah, that seems like an option or another avenue. I think it'd probably be the same as far as, like, device. Yeah, it probably would be the same, although there's no, like, I think there's an HDMI link, but I think there's, like, a converter you can get for that. That third level is when is a killer when it gets to level 12. Yeah, I don't know. Am I gonna make you nervous? But how far did you get in this mode, in the journey mode?
I don't think I got this far. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say. Yeah, in that case, I'll hold his chest. I wasn't sure how far you got, so I didn't want to necessarily give away anything necessarily. Okay. But hey, at least we have our answer as far as how a VR case. And I guess then I'll look at this on the PlayStation VR because I think that because the PS5 version I know that uses the VR too. I think the PS4 one does as far as the VR normal. And I believe the Steam version on the PC also runs as far as has support for that along with the MetaQuest as far as VR method of this. I guess because it has those streaming things set, or it also has the way of how HDMI link is as far as outputting it, basically would kind of reflect, I would think, what the player's going to see. I'm glad they thought as far as that. Like, I have to go through a weird rigmarole to get the Virtual Boy going on, but God damn it, I'm gonna make that happen if I can do it. I said, I spent that $100 on that unit. I don't regret my purchase, but also said, I want to show Virtual Boy to everybody. Or as you said when I was getting on my plane after they announced it, he said, like, we're all gonna be Kirby and Super Smash Brothers dizzy and like crazy. He's like, well, okay, I did let Chasm22 play Jack Brothers because they put Jack Brothers on the service last week. So in that case, it was funny hearing him swearing up a story and saying, what the fuck is this? And then pulling his eyes out, so like, I don't know if I can go on, but he kept going on for a while. And so he did actually play it way longer than I think I expected. He's like, I don't know, my eyes. He's like, and I asked him, like, how many fingers am I holding? He's like, I held my whole hand. He's like, 3. He's like, no, you're wrong. Like, I was actually holding him 6, which I was lying to him too. But no, he's fine. It'll be no problem. He'll survive. It is for ages 7 and up, so in that case, it'll be fine. And it was also funny having him and Crusader 64, like, guessing, like, what are we hearing from the music? But then even there, it's like, hey, the music for Mario's Tennis is really good. Look at this. It's a dirty little secret on that console. I always say this, the games are actually pretty damn good. You would think, does that mean it's not based upon its reputation? The answer is no. And also, thinking about being ahead of its time with VR. One thing I do want to see next time we do zone power, I want to see, I think it counts the lines you cleared there as far as your target, I think. I don't know why it wouldn't. Actually, in that case, I want to keep an eye on that just to see. I don't remember even how far even we are on this. This is not the last stage as far as I remember. I don't think it is. The watch probably is. We'll see. We're getting this eventually, don't worry. And also, they're going so fast, the only thing I'll quickly mention before it gets insanely fast is, at that point, honestly, you never use the hard drop anymore because it basically is the hard drop almost. Actually, that would be a terrifying thought. I don't think this game does this. I don't know if it does. If there's a game of Tetris where it's just hard drops every single Where it hard drops basically every single piece. Well, okay, if it hard dropped every single time it dropped down, you wouldn't have any time to react. In this case where even when it's at the bottom, you couldn't like T-spin the thing.
Yeah.
So in that case, yeah, they couldn't possibly do that. Okay, that would be a way to ruin Tetris, saying like, okay, there's nothing you can do as far as when it's... And why... Well, having said that, there is an option in this one, not for that, but there is an option where I think they give you the option to actually rotate either your hold piece or what the next piece is while it's up there.
Oh wow.
We can look into that as far as how it is. I did see it in the menu when I was looking over one of the audio tests before we got here. Because I want to say, this game is feature-packed as it is. What else does it have? And maybe I didn't give credence to, or I didn't even know myself, and that apparently is one of them. I don't know if that changes anything with this. Maybe it does, and if you want to say, hey, let's try that option on for this, we can do it. Because even if it's a case of saying, like, hey, we quit out for this, we can just upload the level again, because I have everything unlocked for this stage. Or for the stages in this. There you go. That was so close. 31, we're like 5 away. That's good. Oh, it doesn't count them. Shit.
Oh, that doesn't count them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so all right, there you go. I just realized now. I was like, wait a second, I need to pay attention to that. So right, okay, so when you use your zone power, it's about clearing the field out, but it only counts to your line total for the stage if you actually clear them when you're in normal state. Which, good to know. But maybe I think then that's the idea, I guess, as far as the zone case, which is saying clear the field out when it's getting hairy.
Yeah.
Or I guess then buying yourself some time, saying that, okay, can I have it down when it gets to level 12? Okay, so remember what I said earlier saying, hey, this game doesn't, like, build the tension with the music? I was wrong. Yes, it does. At least this level does. Because honestly, in that case, I'll tell you, I'm not even playing it. I'm feeling stressed for you because of the fact of saying when the drum beats start going faster, I was like, uh-oh. Especially when it's going at level 12. Yeah, I can imagine Gemini 90. No, not you. Well, I don't know. Have you said what Chasm 22's favorite line is? Or one of his favorite lines? That
stressing me out.
That, okay, there you go. I was going to say that, or this is from before I was born. So, what does it do? Take your pick. Or this had to act. I said, like, I told him about the N-Gage. Okay, that's another. Speaking of consoles, I don't have a way to stream. That's the other console coming up with saying, what consoles do I not know how to stream or not have access to stream or way to stream? I told him about the N-Gage. You familiar with that?
Is that wristwatch?
Well, there's the R-Zone. Familiar with that?
Oh yeah, the R-Zone.
That was the Virtual Boy thing, like
Right.
Tiger, that goes on your head.
That little lens that came folded down.
Yeah, I talked about that a few weeks ago because Virtua Fighter 2 is a version of that. And I looked all over the internet saying, I want to get a footage of this game. I didn't find any footage except in the commercial for the game.
Yeah.
So I had to find, like, what is this so I can show people Virtua Fighter 2 on R-Zone. But N-Gage was that phone thing, a phone portable device that Nokia made in 2003. It was going against Game Boy Advance, and when it came out, it had a lot of interesting things to it. But it's a case where it was weirdly designed because in order to change games, you have to take the cover off of the back, take the battery out, and then set the game underneath where the battery compartment is. It's a case where it has this weird screen as far as how it is, and it's kind of weird. And then I said act into conniptions, the most hilarious, or into hysterics, not conniptions, hysterics. When I showed him what side talking is, and he just started howling. No, okay, I demonstrated it with my normal phone. He's like, this can't be real, I have to look it up. He's like, yes. He's like, no, they're actually doing this. I'll show you side talking at some point, but no, you gotta beat this thing. Actually, you know what? I don't know if N-Gage has a version of Tetris. Okay, maybe it does. Head down here if N-Gage has a version of Tetris. That's in good shape. I know, that was so close. You could have hoarded. It's like, yeah. But you actually, the way you used your zone power, that was actually very smart. Not a way I would have thought. Because first my thought was saying, get rid of many lines as you can. But honestly, I think what you did was better, saying, set up for a Tetris.
Yeah.
So in that way, it shows that there are a lot of different ways to run the zone power as far as saying what's the best way to go. So you're so close. I know you can just taste it. Clearly. This is fun. I have an early day, so I'm so sleepy. I have to go off. Good time, and thank you to the Puzzle Game Treat. Of course, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. Just let you know, next week's show, we're at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Saturday on the 30th. We have Midway for Treasures 3, it's our annual May compilation program. We have that collection for GameCube running. We have a bunch of racing games in the box. Well, okay, we have 8. I don't think it's enough, so I have a stack of 12 Nintendo 64 games over there that are arcade ports of Midways. They'll go into some stuff as far as it. And definitely looking forward to doing that show. Super. Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for joining us tonight for Tetris Effect Connected. And of course, as indicated, the entire show will be uploaded to the Twitch site And I'm going to fast track the YouTube upload as well, as far as just because I have a lot of stuff going on this week. The point where I might have the button maybe Memorial Day itself, or maybe on Tuesday. And also, given some stuff I got to do, I'm going to have to. And well played, and thank you. Of course, same time. But thank you, Dolphin, for joining us and giving your insights on Tetris Effect Connected, and also explaining how to do streaming and connecting for the MetaQuest and the VR devices. I appreciate that. Just because I didn't know what's the best way to go, but at least we have the best way to go. And that's the case also of our chat, because the case saying the scoping session is much of a chat collaboration as it is a myself collaboration and a guest collaboration too. It gets us the answer saying what's the best way to handle this. And I think we should probably try and show this in VR if we can. Whether it's going to be through MetaQuest or if it's going to be through PlayStation VR 2. I might go the latter route, but as I said, at least we have something to work with saying what's the way to go. Maybe, I don't know, maybe some people are kind of questioning. I know a lot of cases when it comes to some retro stuff, they'll use emulators, they'll use collections, and we'll definitely use collections, no question. And emulators in our case when we have to. But if there's a way to do it officially, that's the case of it specifically. But thank you, Dolphin, of course, for joining us.
One more.
Wait, one more line.
One more.
Oh my God, you
man.
almost had it. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. We believe in you. My God, Jesus Christ. I was getting tense. I was like, Oh man. I was like, tons of water if you need it. Actually, I'm gonna grab another bottle just because I think I need it. And I'm not even the one playing this part yet. And I don't mind not playing it. I just want to see you handle as far as what's going on. But clearly he's determined. I can tell it. I can see him as far as he's like, no, I'm going to do this. That's the idea then. What happens when a game gets insanely hard and you gotta beat it? Oh wait, that's the other one. I was like, wait a second, which bottle of water am I opening? Okay, there we go. Which I already have open. Okay. yeah, we are still talking. It's just a case where it's like, yeah, I know he wants to concentrate. I'm not gonna bust that. But I also see what you're doing. Well, in this case, it's nothing now. Seeing you level 3, it may as well be level 1.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'll say, just kind of watching what you're doing, saying, I see the strategy going. I see the idea of actually, as I mentioned, the smart way of running the zone power, saying that what can I do to get that set up so that I have an opening, but then also having to be quick on the draw when it hits 12. But you definitely are going as fast as you can, so I also see the strategy that goes with that, which is something I don't know if we've necessarily went into exactly with Tetris before. I know we're talking about this with other puzzle games. Like sometimes what's the strategy, especially when it gets insanely fast. I think that probably is. I mean, I guess if we were just gonna do Tetris regular, I mean, this is Tetris regular in terms of the method of playing it. It's something that I probably would go into. So in that case, we are getting a sense. Here we go. Good job.
Man, oh, man.
There you go. Good job. That calls for a high five.
There you go.
Fantastic. You need a break. Feel free to take water as far as that. That was amazing. There we go.
Man.
And that was the end of the area. Good God. But there you go. I felt the struggle. I felt bad. I was like, I want you to do this. I knew you could do it. And there you go. That is what persistence and perseverance in a video game looks like. And what do we usually do when it comes to games of anybody, really? Which is saying that if a game is kicking our ass, we're going to do everything we can to beat it. We don't want to let it win. That's absolutely what it is. Fantastic. So great job. All right, now let's see what I'm going to get myself into next. Yeah, you definitely deserve a break after that one. You earned it. Fantastic. That was amazing. And I'm just hoping it's a case where you don't go home tonight and then hear. Sorry, yeah, well, I don't know where you think I'm going with that.
Just have nightmares or.
Well, that's one thing. That or that or have the case of you hear tribal drums and it just sets off a, I don't know, it sets off a flashback saying that I remember the time when Captain D-Trag and I played Tetris Effect Connected and I heard those tribal drums for Time Down Here for, oh, now I'm going to 12, by the way, so now I get to have the brunt of this. As far as what I gotta do and seeing, I guess, another icy mountain, maybe the Aurora Borealis case again, but maybe not, who knows, oh shit. But yeah, because of this, since they drop so fast, it's something that, you have to get going, and then basically just thunder thumb the idea of doing the T-spin. Like that, there you go. Basically, that's what it is, and it's bizarre because the new Tetris is the first one that did that, and that was, as the people made Tetris Sphere made that, H2O Entertainment. Whoa. But then actually, it was a case where that game was pretty well received, and honestly, I know that Hank Rogers and I think it was actually no, it was him. He said like, "Oh yeah, this is an awesome concept." He said like, "Yeah, we should put this in the other ones." Or most people just basically said we're gonna put it in the other ones. Well, no, that's not good. No, over there, Ooh. And also say this confession time, even though I said, hey, it's going slower now, although to be fair, this is the first stage of this chunk. But confession time, I actually don't own the new Tetris. I should get it. It's a game. You ever play that?
No.
It, as I mentioned, it's on Nintendo 64. It came out in 1999. It came out after Magical Tetris Challenge, which we played back in December. I thought it was slower than Magical Tetris Challenge, which I kind of sort of had a problem with, but also case me thinking, you know, maybe I owe that game another look. Not that it's a bad game, it's a good game, but also something where I said, I don't know, maybe I compared it partially against Magical Tetris Challenge and maybe wasn't prepared to do that. That being said, it's maybe one of those games that I should pick up. I know the chat's talked about it before, saying, hey, this is a game that they remember playing. And actually, it's also, there you go, worth pointing out, it is the only 4-player version of Tetris on that console. Because Magical Tetris Challenge was 2 players only, it was not 4-player. And it is a case where in that case, oh right, I remember this stage, the hot air balloons. In that one, as far as the new Tetris, you're kind of building the pyramids a little bit. It actually gives you reasons to be clearing lines as far as getting scores and all that stuff. It's also saying it lets you basically build them so you get thousands. You basically create the areas as far as where you are, and it is kind of interesting. It's a little bit of a grind, yes, but then again, that's kind of the idea, is thinking what would go with it. So, it is interesting. And it is, I'm trying to think also as far as H2O Interactive. We played Tetris Sphere with them, but also, because I know they unfortunately shut down in 2001. They didn't have a whole lot of games to their name, but I know they had those two. They had, there was a game based on the Flintstones, the name of the Game Boy Advance. That was their last game. I don't remember the name of it is, at least not right now. And I think there's something else they made. But I know actually Tetris Sphere, as I mentioned, they started that as it was an Atari Jaguar game. They showed it off at this Consumer Electronics show as far as the idea that was looking like. Whoa. And it's something that Nintendo kind of got interested in that. Oh, no, I want to go over there. See, it's funny, I'm not even paying attention to what the line target is anymore. No, that was bad. No, that's... Okay. Oh, shit, no. I was saying, yeah, 20. Shit, I was that low on lines. See, I wasn't even paying attention on the line number on that one. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Fine, I'm going to hold the line piece. That tends to be how I tend to run this, although it's something where... In this case, I was like, fuck it, no, I don't want to hold the line piece. I want to get rid of that thing. And I do have the song here. I don't think this is licensed. No, it's not. I know it's not licensed. I'm just saying it sounds like Owl City. You know with them?
Oh yeah.
Actually, they're also big fans of Waver 64. I know they did a, I'll link to this. They did a case where they were at a show and they played the theme song Waver 64 and everybody was going nuts. And you know what? I love that. Because that is a great game. It's a great soundtrack on top of that as well. So the case of saying like, hey, they're giving it some cred. 30 years of that game this year, I cannot believe that. Okay. It also sounds really high quality. You could imagine this being something from, I guess, like a major record label, potentially. Alright, the other game that does that is Metropolis Street Racer, which is on the Dreamcast. We have demoed that before as well. That was also a showcase show. That was the one we did the year before we did the puzzle show. It was the predecessor to Project Gotham Racing, which is one of my favorite racing games from the original Xbox. and it was Richard Zaka did the music for Sonic R on Saturn, who worked on that. And it's got some really amazing stuff, a really good variety of what it has, and of course it also has T.J. Davis who did the music for Sonic R as far as the vocals, doing stuff for that, which is terrific. And you think, like, wait, I'm gonna get content stricken on that, but the answer is no, we're not, which is a good case. Okay, this might be my case of, like, your case with the fiery volcanoes. Oh no. Yeah, you can't T-spin forever, as we're pointing out. So, that also, the other thing is that you can use your hold piece saying, like, hey, you know what, it buys me a little bit of time saying, go back to the, or get, take it back to the top. And then in this case of saying, no, I gotta then use the line or the piece I have. Okay, at least that happened this early. Yeah, I always feel bad when that happens, saying, wait, I shouldn't be doing that. But the controls in this game, I mentioned that, it's a little late to mention it, but still, the controls in this game are really crisp, and you also can, I did see as far as some of the options they give you. Actually, I'll tell you, if I fail this, I'm going to go on the options just to show some of the things they have. They do have one option that gives you, I think it allows you to change how you handle hard drops. So basically, I think it will not, if you feel like maybe you slip up on D-pad, I don't think I do personally in this game, and I don't think you do either from what I've gathered. It's something where you can adjust that. It's not, I mean, you can grab buttons, yes, any way you want, but also a case where there's something else they do for that. We'll take a look at it, because I'm probably going to lose this. But I'll try. So yeah, I don't have... I do now, but... Yeah, let's go there. Whoop. And you're right, I should be using my zone powers too, I'm forgetting that. But I see in some ways how easy it is to forget you have them. You're like, well, okay. And now that we know that they don't clear out lines, I mean, which is fine, but still a case of thinking, like, wait, I don't know, I mean, I guess it's fair to think maybe they would, but then realizing, saying, okay, I gotta use it for another reason. No. Better. Oh no, why did I do that? It's fine. Oh, okay, no, it's not fine. It went almost in the place I wanted. Now it's 20 lines. I don't want that. Oh no, okay, I have 2 line pieces on my line, which is good. I don't know. That's fine. No, they had the other one. No, get them over there. I don't want the box, but in that case, I think the box is probably better there than elsewhere. No. That's fine. Yep. Oh, thank God. Actually, the hard part was from before, and now I want to use my zone to get my way out, or dig my way out to start. And anytime, anywhere I see a line, I want to use it or try to. Okay, there you go. That helps. Alright, so this one's kind of doing reverse, saying where the one you were doing was a case where it gets insanely fast at the end. This gets insanely fast in the middle. It's just like, okay, if you can survive your way out. Okay, that's the other option I'm realizing I turned on. It lets you turn on the HD rumble and adjust also where does it rumble. Because you can rumble with stuff going on with the game as far as when you're doing drops and things, but also where the music goes, because I heard the drop coming up as far as on the soundtrack. It actually did rumble, like, so it actually kind of reflects to that as well. Got it. Okay, somehow. So the dream lives another day. But I said next time I get a loss, I'll document where we are and I'll go to the options. Just gonna want to show some of those things. Alright, so yeah, where are we now? That's, I guess, also the other reason that you'll have to play this saying like, okay, where's the next place we're gonna go?
Underwater again?
Maybe. But that's also the beautiful thing. Because as I said, I did beat this game, or did beat the journey mode, but I also don't remember what this is. Yeah, you might be right. We'll see. It'll reveal itself soon. That one. There you go. I probably should dig my way out, but I think I want to wait till I get a line piece before I... No, oh, okay, line piece is next, so that's fine. That'll work. You know... Get rid of that. That. Stuck with the box anyway. Well, okay, that still helps. I mean, it's every little bit. I mean, you showed exactly how to do it on the stage you were running. But also showing how varied that is. Because, I mean, it's one of these things, I'll say this, so... Question of how much fun is it to watch a game or watch this game. But also for this, I was looking at ideas of, as you're right, we are underwater with the mermaids. Thinking like, what would I do if I was playing instead of you? But also then looking and saying, wait, that's not what it's going to do. But honestly, that seemed like a smarter idea. And honestly, the way you played that, it ultimately was the right way to go. So honestly, it's one of those things where you don't necessarily have to be concerned, I guess, about hearing from people saying like, oh yeah, I would have done it this way. Because honestly, you know, maybe their way would be good for them, but also maybe your way would be good for you, as it was the way you handled it. Okay. Do you need, what I got here? Alright, I'll have to cover a loss. There are, oh, that's even better. Now I'll put that there. Line piece, there we go, boom. Okay, this is so far actually easier than some of the other ones because the max so far is just 10. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. I love the way the pink coral is going on as far as on the screen, just kind of looking at that too. Having said that, I want to zone. Let's zone it up. Let's see what we got. That. Can I get... Okay, now I'll take that. That'll do. Well, I'm just queuing these things up, so in that case, yeah, it comes down as a drop that way. Yeah, sometimes the best I can do. Sorry, yeah, it's a little cramped, but I might be able... Oh, shit. Not unless I do that. I was gonna say I might be able to get this now in the spot. Uh-oh. I don't think I'm gonna get through this now. That's fine, I will go out to menu. But no, well, that's fine. Oh, crap. My one chance of redemption, and I fucked it up. Okay, there we go. So, alright, it's worth pointing out, if you do the quit, you can go back to the stage. So we were almost at the end of the game, at the journey mode. Okay. So actually, the one you did was Hulsol. That's the name that'll be in the tag lists. Balloon High was sort of the problem for me, and then Mermaid Cove is next. But before I do that, we're gonna go back to the options menu, and then we'll come back as far as this, because I do want to go one thing. Because in that, they give you options as far as gameplay, saying, okay, it shows you how many Tetraminas you want to run in the next queue. You can turn it off completely, or you can have up to 4, so it shows up the next one. You can toggle the build. You can turn off the hold piece if you want to not have it on. You can have the ghost piece as far as on the bottom, saying like, does it show the guide or not. Tetramino colors, traditional or they're customized per stage. Basically, we want them customized per stage, but in multiplayer, traditional only appear. And those are color assists. Tetraminos combined with Magic Minos. Okay, so I guess then, or the old look as far as how they are. We'll run the customized. Rotate Tetramino before appear. Oh, here we go. That's the one. Initial rotation. Okay. So basically, before the Tetramino appears, you can rotate it. Although I guess then, what would that mean? What were you saying?
So that would be like what, like X and Y? Because you rotate the current one with A and B, right?
Let's take a look then at the controls. Let's see. So A and B is your. Wait to mention this, but it doesn't matter. Move left and right on D-pad. Rotate clockwise with this. Hard drop, soft drop on down. Hard drop on up. Hold piece LR, ZLZR for the purpose of activating zones. Camera zoom if you're on the analog sticks. I'm gonna assume, in fact, let's put that to the test, why not? I'm thinking that what it does is that it, as you rotate the piece that's going, I guess it rotates it as well.
Oh, at the same time, okay.
Maybe, I don't know, let's find out. Okay, here we go. Initial hold and rotation hold, okay, so you have different types of this. Activating the button is pressed at the time at the next entry, so you basically time it. Activated only when the button is newly pressed during the delay before its next entry. So basically, I guess right when it's going to lock, you do it. What you want to look at? Type A or type B?
Let's try A.
A, alright. Adjustable camera, that means you can do a zoom in or a zoom out. We like to zoom it in, but it's also something where you can zoom it out further if you want. Toggle the ability to move the camera, use the right analog stick for that one. Max zoomed in, or you can go way zoomed in, more zoomed in, bit zoom, barely zoomed in, or default we go max. Simultaneous left to right, move last input direction until that button release, then stop. I guess it's the case where it registers for like, you know, I don't know if for other Tetris games you played, you hold the D-pad left or right, basically you can keep moving the piece as it goes down, as opposed to like doing taps. Okay, this is the one, diagonal lock, saying, you turn this on, you prevent accidental hard drops or soft drops trying to move left to right. Basically, the idea is that the diagonal inputs will only register left or right. Okay. So actually, that's... As I said, this game is well designed enough. I don't think it's a problem, but if you want to have it on, we can have it on. So if nothing else, it also means that it gives you a lot of different options. Like, how do you want to play this? And then matrix bounce, just toggling the bounce the matrix does when the Tetramino is dropped on or off. And then cross-platform, so in that case, you can stay exclusive to your console. You can say you want to go onto it. Location of where your rankings are, offline, so you know how when you try to play this as far as our work case, or somewhere you don't have a connection, it says like, oh yeah, you have to do the online thing. You can turn this off or on, so in that case, it won't show those messages. Vertical mode, you have is it Tate mode or Tate mode? How do they pronounce that? Do you know? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's pronounced.
Okay, I'll look in about how it's pronounced. Basically, in that case, if you want to play it, we take that big-ass 58-inch screen and turn it up on its side, which I don't have a good way of doing. We could play it that way, or if you're, since this game is on Switch and Switch 2, you can run handheld and tabletop mode to have it run that way. You can also restore your effect scores for that. All right, that's good as far as that, and the other things on graphics, brightness, HUD, classic score HUD, Mino strobe. Basically, you have the strobing lights, so it's also something. We always talk about flashing light warnings, although honestly this game doesn't really have a whole lot that I'm seeing, which is not the way I've got it set. Zone Brilliance, it kind of goes stronger. Actually, that one I turned down a little bit, because basically it shows more. So you can kind of play around as far as how the graphics are going, and then the rumble and the audio. So in this case, right, it has the rumble going on. It'll sync it to nothing with turning it off. You can sync it to the gameplay only, the music only. The music, an alternative method as far as the music, I guess. Maybe some of the backing instruments, perhaps. Gameplay music, gameplay music alternate. And then also, you can... Okay, so you do have the trans vibrator option that that Rez had. So you can put it onto another controller. Although in this case, I have to pull the Nintendo 64 controller out for the purpose of that. And you have extra rumble. I thought I turned that on. That lets you have the enhanced HD rumble that the Switch is exclusive for. So this is only on the Switch version. So I'll keep it that way. That did take that one, let's make sure it did. And you also have tutorials looking at the credits and then join the community on Discord. But alright, let's go back to Journey. Alright, so back on the Journey, we're going to go back and we're going to go to the Mermaid Cove. That's where we are. Okay, so we only have 3 more levels to go. As far as this. So yeah, in that case, we are covering a decent amount as far as the Journey mode. So I guess then... And we're running on normal because it does show that you can run on expert. I don't know... Even on normal, this thing is insanely tough. But still, I don't know. Do you get the sense this game is fair with its difficulty?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't know what you're thinking, if it is or isn't. It's either way. And I don't know necessarily what expert does. I guess it makes the pieces fall faster. I would think the Tetraminos fall faster because that's what these things are called, as far as what they are. Let's put that down there. Yeah, take off on Tetra as far as for 4, but also I know Alexei Pajnov's mentioned before that he's a fan of tennis. So that's also kind of the reason why he came up as far as it. And it's something where this game, I guess, maybe goes a little outside of the scope, sort of the origins of Tetris itself, but we can go into that as well. Because, I mean, that was... Yeah, I take it you know the stories about how this game was made, I would think, yes?
Not really, no.
Well, okay, how it was made, I'm kind of sort of spitballing this a little bit, but I know that it was a case that Alexei Pajitnov, he was in the Soviet Union in the 1980s, and he created the Electronica 60, or he created the game on the Electronica 60. So we're pointing out Tetris Forever, which I have as far as it does have an emulated version of that. That was the very first version of the game, and at the time it was something where, based around the rule of the Soviet Union, it was a case where he didn't have ownership of it, the state did, but it's also something where they looked to the case of him and I guess other developers as far as their perspectives of it, and there were licenses going on for cases of getting it going, and one of the big cases was how a lot of people know it, how I know it, I think how you know it, initially is Nintendo. They wanted to get the rights to this because they caught wind of the idea of what was going on with it and said, this is an amazing concept, we're launching the Game Boy, and there's also the NES that's going to have this. So let's get this going. We want to figure out how to get the rights. So they went over to the Soviet Union to get the rights, as far as what it was. So what happened was while they were there, another company called Tengen, did I mention Tengen to you before? I think they were an offshoot of Atari, sort of, but we'll get to that when I have something with Tengen's to play. They released their own version of Tetris for the NES that was unlicensed. It actually, interestingly enough, unlike Nintendo's, it has a two-player simultaneous head-to-head multiplayer, whereas in the other one that NES had, I believe it's just for score, is that right? On the NES version?
I believe so.
Okay. Point is that Nintendo was over there trying to get the rights as far as it... the Soviet Union caught wind of what that was. They said, wait a second, you stole our intellectual property. They called up then Prime Minister of the country, Mikhail Gorbachev, to get involved. And I remember there were interviews as far as this from, I think Tetris Forever goes into those interviews, and also I know the episode of Icons that G4 did on that, and also there's a movie called Tetris that came out. It's the director of Stan and Ollie, the biopic about Laurel and Hardy, a wonderful movie. I have not seen that film. I probably should as far as it tells the story. But anyway, Nintendo, the person from Nintendo was over there saying that they're going to throw me in the gulags because of the case of saying, hey, you know, they think we stole their intellectual property even though we had nothing to do with it, and we did not license as far as for Tengen. Because remember, also on NES, what was the big change that Nintendo made when it came to controlling games that come out on that console? They had that Nintendo Seal quality, if you remember. And I think they still do as far as the idea. Basically what that means is pretty much shorthand for saying you have to get a license from us, and they're kind of going to space now. So they said, all right, they looked at what Atari was doing in the sense that initially with Atari, they said, well, anybody can make a game on the console and sell it. And that's how Activision began. In fact, it was David Crane who was involved as far as that. He worked at Atari. He and people who worked on games on that said they wanted credit as far as the games they made. They were refused. I remember there's somebody from Atari who basically said to him, pretty much along the lines of saying, you're no more important to the production of the game as the person putting the cartridge together on the assembly line. So they went and formed their own company saying, we can put this out. And Atari didn't, I mean, they wouldn't have, who would have thought at that point, saying, why would we need to say, oh, we're going to have to control what's on our console? And I'm not going to say this, I don't think that the fact that Atari didn't do that, that's the reason why the great video game crash in 1983 happened. I don't think it is. But the point is that partially of that, because they didn't have the licensing case, it meant that anybody could make a game for it, which is a good thing in Activision's case, because you got amazing games like Pitfall and River Raid and Kaboom, some of the best games on that console. But then you also had cases where it was a question of like, what was that quality going to be? And also you had the as it was kind of in Star Wars, honestly, a little bit, as far as how that is, like X-Wings and things like that, or not X-Wings. There was a company called Mystique that made pornographic games for the console that were just cases where they didn't have, like, a license case so they could make it. And on top of, sort of with that, but also the case of the quality of games on the Atari being a question for certain things. I know Howard Scott Warshaw, he made E.T. for the console. He made it in 5 weeks. They told him, hey, you got to make this so we can get this game going in time for Christmas, and it was also tied to the movie coming out. It came out, he finished it. It's seen as one of the worst games ever made. I've actually never played it, but also is seen in some ways as maybe one of the games that caused the great video game crash. And the reason I'm going off on this perspective is because, well, Nintendo paid attention to that when they came over, as far as saying, we're going to bring Famicom over here. And they said, all right, our next question is going to be, I think we're going to control that. And people say, like, oh, was it draconian the way they did that? To a certain extent, yes, because in this case, they said, well, certain companies, you can only release a certain number of games in a year. I know Konami got around that. They formed a shell company. Pretty much to get around that. That was Ultra Games. So in that case, they said, like, you are a different company. They realized, like, oh, wait a second, you are a different company, so you aren't at your limits. But anyway, when it came to Tetris, they said, for Tengen, they had not given license as far as Tengen to release stuff. Because there's unlicensed stuff on NES, but it's a case where it's not like Atari, where they didn't really think we had to do anything about it. Nintendo did. And when they were over in the Soviet Union, and the thought was saying Mikhail Gorbachev's being involved in this, there was actually a terrorist attack, I believe, or some tragedy that happened. I don't remember exactly what it was, that diverted his visit to Nintendo, or the people from Nintendo who were there. But long story short, they were able to figure, like, wait a sec, Tengen pulled a fast one. Nintendo did sue them to get that pulled from the market, so it's a case where that game goes for some money. Not as insanely much as you think it would, but it does go for a decent amount. And for that, then Nintendo was able to get the rights for Tetris, and in that case, NES and Game Boy released it, and especially Game Boy's case, it was a sensation. And it helped lead to this game, but also to many other cases, and as mentioned earlier, the fact that Nintendo had the name initially because of, I guess, the aspect of the Soviet Union initially saying, like, we have the ownership of this. It wasn't until 1998, I think it was, where Alexei Pajitnov and Hank Rogers, they had the rights for Tetris in particular. And now, in that case, they now have the rights. In fact, that came up when we looked at this the first time. But the chat was asking how much money did Pajitnov and Rogers make as far as this is. And ultimately, they made a ton. Later on, admittingly, although not that much later on, because it's a case where they do still have a case of it. They are still involved as far as a lot of these cases. And they did get to them on me being too late for using my zone. Also looks like... Okay, I was going to say, do you have to use your hard drop when you're in zone state? The answer is no. But basically, I guess the case of saying, well, all right, that was what it was looking like as far as getting Tetris here, and then also with Nintendo, that's why we got Tetris Attack in particular. And also, if you remember when they released Panel to Pawn on Switch Online, like, why is it not Tetris Attack? That's the reason why not. They actually paid out the license. And that's also, but they did when it came to them re-releasing Tetris 1 or Tetris Original for NES and Game Boy. So in that case, that's where they really get that going. But Nintendo did use that quite a bit during the 8 and 16-bit era, but also for that, they also said, like, well, there's certain things they ran that were a bit different, like, as you mentioned, Yoshi, that was from Game Freak. Wario's Woods, for example, was a case of that. Yoshi's Cookie. Wario Blast was a tie-off with Bomberman, as it was, in particular, that was a Hudson Soft case, not Konami. But as far as Tetris, they kind of initially thought, like, let's put it on a bunch of stuff. Let's put it on Tetris Attack, Tetris Blast, Tetris 2, which was interesting, although Pajitnov was involved with some of these things, particularly Tetris 2, which you play on the show. You ever play that?
No.
As I mentioned, it's kind of like Dr. Mario. I know Hank Rogers was not a fan of Dr. Mario. He said, like, hey, that game pissed me off. I got the sense they were kind of ripping us off and doing it a cheesy way. But also a case of saying, well, for certain things like Tetris 2, they said, all right, they were kind of involved as far as what that was going to look like. Although even then, I probably should have put that there. Okay, let's zone it. Something like with Tetris 2, they were kind of involved, and I guess it was interesting thinking that, saying like, well, if Hank Rogers didn't like Dr. Mario, it's a case of saying like, I guess Pajitnov must have liked it because Tetris 2 plays a lot like Dr. Mario, in the sense that you have Tetraminos the same way this game does, or any of the Tetrises of this style, but for that one, you're basically clearing out groups of like 4, kind of the same way you did in Dr. Mario. And it is interesting in particular. You might find it interesting for one other reason, because it has this interesting visual style that actually is not similar to Earthbound. It came out the year before, well, year of Earthbound as far as its Japanese release. But as far as when it came out for us, and I'm doing not so hot on Flying with the Eagles, it's a case where you might find it interesting as far as the visual spice, and it's pretty fun. We actually played it on the show back in, what was it, 2022. That's actually an old one, but we had a blast playing it. And it is very interesting as far as what they're doing, and that was Bulletproof Software was also involved with that one, who actually are the people who made the Famicom version of Tetris, the one that Japan got that we did, and the reason for that is because, again, a licensing question where Nintendo had the rights for it for US, but Japan was Bulletproof Software the rights to it. So actually when Tetris came out on okay, or maybe they didn't. Okay, I don't think they had the console rights. That was what it was. They didn't have the console rights. I don't think. Well, no, I think it was they didn't have the console rights because Tetris on NES that we got, they got a totally different one that was by Bulletproof Software. And actually, when Tetris and Dr. Mario came out for us, it was something where Japan didn't get it because the Tetris size. Actually, what happened was it was just Dr. Mario. So that was something that was kind of a curiosity as far as, again, the way the licensing thing. Well, Nintendo got it for every region, but not for. I think they only got it really for the Western region. And the way the license went on, it was Bulletproof Software, who Nintendo worked a lot with, yes, but still a case of thinking, well, they didn't have that. So when you look on Switch Online on the Japanese app, and I've shown you the idea that you see like the box art as far as what they have, it's the American box art, and that's the reason why, which is kind of interesting to think. The thing, like, where you think there's certain games that Japan would have gotten the same way we did, and then they didn't, bizarrely enough. And you think that would be the obvious one, saying like, well, they just license it everywhere, but not completely. But you still had cases where that makes something like Tetris Forever really interesting, because it means that you have all these unique versions of Tetris going on, some that never came out here. And to think that also they can coexist with a game like this, which, as I mentioned when we looked at it before, saying that this in some ways is one of the best ways to play this, but also the fact that there are so many other ways to play Tetris or other releases, they're absolutely fascinating to look at. And for that reason alone, Tetris Forever is worth the purchase, and also on top of that, it's by Digital Clips. We're looking at a collection of them next week with Midway Treasures 3. And it's questioned sometimes about, are they able to get everything in line? Some of that Rayman 30th Anniversary Collection. The fact they don't have the original music is definitely a question. Like, yeah, the late Remy Gazel, his music is so good. Not that the guy did the music, he did the music for Rayman Origins and Legends, but also saying, like, they weren't able to lock the rights down for that one. I don't know if they're going to be able to, and goddamn, you're right, this is what I was holding for you, by the way. The fact that max speed, I think, is like 13.
Okay.
So, yeah, I want to let that go. But putting that aside, one thing Digital Clips always does right, first off, they'll try their damnedest. I would like them to think that they did as far as Rayman, trying to figure something with that, but so far we don't have anything. I don't know if they're going to patch for that. But anyway, they always recently, but one thing I adore as far as what they do is getting these behind-the-scenes documentary footage. I know I've shown you when I got in this collection, saying that we looked at the Lamasoft Jeff Midger story. They were saying, hey, they're going their experience. I showed you were you there when I showed the making of Karateka?
No.
Okay, that's another one where, actually, I have this in a triple pack as far as how it is, as far as its physical version, which it should be zoning. Why I'm forgetting not to zone, or forgetting to zone, I should say. They go into all of the discussions with all the people who were there, basically as many as they can get, which usually is all of them. I mean, and with Tetris Forever, they have Hank Rogers and Alexei Pajitnov with new material going into new insights, and it's absolutely amazing. Or that Mortal Kombat collection, and they somehow made it.
Nice.
That one, that is a treasure trove of stuff, and that's it. There you go. It's big. Somehow went through. I can't remember if that's the last one. But we can not be done as far as that. Okay, no, next series of stages. Okay. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, I put you in a bad position for this one. Yeah, just do what Oh, right, I forgot, right. The threshold now is 90. Alright, so yeah, go nuts.
Alright.
I was like, yeah, that probably is a good case as far as enough of a case of being able to, you know, celebrate as far as what it is. But alright, here we go. Now we're going through the Egyptian temples as far as this. Even level 10 feels better than some of the other ones. Actually, okay, I'm trying to remember if 13 is the max level. It might be. We'll find out. Actually, I think... I think this I'm trying to remember how they do the end of this. Because I believe what they do is... if I remember correctly, I think that they... The reason it's 90 lines is I think basically there's like one extended level. I think, although... Don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I've beaten this. There you go. Well, I'll say this, even at 10, it seems like maybe it's better now than it was. Oh, they gave you 12 on that one?
Yeah.
Okay. I said, I don't remember 13 is the highest. It might be, but we'll see.
Come follow me. I'll show you the side of the world, the places that you
And even after all this time, yeah, the way this is presenting itself is not getting old. Also, because with each layer, it seems like when you do something here, it's actually changing the color, particularly even as you're clearing, or eventually you get to each different thresholds. We're gonna sound like a broken record on this one, but good lord, look at this in game and sound. Listen to this game. It's amazing. Well, I first put it best. This game is a work of art. It absolutely is. There's no better way to put it. That's the way the textures of the blocks seem like they're showing more because of the way the clear is going. It's all these little things that just make this such an amazing experience.
Come follow me. I'll show you the side of the world, the places that you've never seen.
this is gonna get a little easier as far as the 30. Because I didn't remember what happened at 30. At first I was like, wait, does it spike?
Yeah.
And I also love when the music changes there. I'm now remembering, it's like, wait, how amazing it is here. I mean, I guess there's a reason also on the PC version you can get the digital deluxe version that comes with the soundtrack. Or you can also get the soundtrack itself on its own. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
I'll show you the side of yourself, the person that you've always been, but never dreamed. What could you be afraid of if I'm right here with you? You know everything will change. Show me what you were made of, 'cause I'm always with you. Come on, we could leave today.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to squeeze in, but yeah, definitely have a good method going on. Yeah, this is endurance. But nonetheless, I guess this gives a sense of, I guess, what the scope of this is going to look like. I don't know, what are you thinking so far as what it's looking like?
Yeah, that might need like just a whole, maybe a whole show for each mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's kind of was sort of the BlazBlue method. Well, okay, a little bit. It's a bit different because honestly, with BlazBlue's case, I was running the arcade mode and the story mode. We did for Noel Vermillion in particular, but I think for that game, you're basically doing it one for each character. For this, I mean, we're gonna finish this mode, I think, tonight, as far as we get damn close, if we don't. So I think then, I guess then scope is gonna be pretty much looking at the other modes that are here. And so in that case, and then also go with the multiplayer, so I guess then maybe this, I don't know, I mean, we've covered this mode maybe more than I thought we would.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if it's a case where we just need one more, but it's also something where, well, you don't have to have just one more. We just keep coming back to this thing. Because one thing we haven't gone into yet is there's those daily challenges we looked at when we were doing our audio test. And I guess they still put those in rotation, I would think. So, there's that. Yeah, I mean, I think that seems like that's gonna be the way this goes, I think. Because that was sometimes a question, saying, what are we gonna do to cover all this, and especially the stuff with the multiplayer. Which I realized, actually, that's something interesting that's come up recently, because I know I did World Series Baseball, that's something Dolly Finn said, I want to be in for the multiplayer on that, because I didn't show the multiplayer. And I said, yeah, sure. And one other thing is, I don't know if you were still on the show when I mentioned this when we did Kirby's Dream Course. At the end of it, I looked at 2-player. Before I did that show, I realized that I semi-stole it from you without realizing it. Because like, oh god, I love this game. But then I also said, wait, at the end, I realized, have you ever played the 2-player in Kirby's Dream Course?
Yeah.
You have? It's so much different than I expected. I had never looked at it. And I think I did actually, I do have footage of myself saying, basically on tape, saying, Gemini 96, can we please come back to this for a second, for another show? And you want to call dibs on it? Because I didn't think, I basically didn't even try to do the multiplayer justice at that point. I said, this is way different. I did like one shot and I realized, actually you mentioned, yeah, the Sun and Moon characters who I already forgot the names of, so I'm going to have to remind myself again.
Shine and Bright?
Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright, there you go, thank you. At least you retained it. That are like, they're power-ups or something. No, right, the time of day changed. It was like a day-night cycle.
Yeah.
The way it operated. And I said, I did not know that, and I had not prepared for it. I mean, I was doing the show myself, but still a case of saying I was going to show. I said, oh, this will be a little quick thing to show. And that's it. And I realized, no, I think we can justify another show for that game. So I think this is like the third one I'm realizing here. We're saying we can come back to this not just for, in this case, doing the other modes, but also the multiplayer. As I have 2 other games on the line that are like that. So yeah, I think then that's, I guess that's what it's gonna look like. I just wanted to see what you thought, because this is merely the first time I've had guests for the scoping session, and who's with this? I think, tentatively speaking, I think it's gonna be, well, okay, of the ones this year, let's put it this way, there are only 3. It's this, it's The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, and it's actually next month. And then Final Fantasy XIV is a totally different beast because we're pushing that to next year, as I know I mentioned to you. Because Evercold's coming out, and Crusader 64 and Castle 22 and AG42 said, you should probably, it's going to change so much as far as how it is, and also making Shadowbringer part of the free trial. So they figured you probably should play that thing right when it comes out as far as Evercold, as far as being ready for that. So that's what we're going to do. So January we're going to do that. Although we do still have the show that recorded back in April as far as the setup, which we'll have on the weekend of Too Many Games. And then I'm going to have on September 12th off-screen footage of doing stuff with the story for that to get myself up to level 30. And I might have something on September 19th for that, maybe. I don't know. But I'll have to, I can start recording myself as far as that game, and I'll figure how that's going to go. So So in that case, that's something where I don't know what that's going to look like, because I know that was going to be our biggest collaboration. No, fine, that game is special enough when it comes to scoping sessions. It's at least getting 3 shows, maybe 4, although only one of those is going to be live. But, oh, okay, yeah, no, they are, no, that's true. They're only live. I mean, we did record them live as far as how they are for the one live. But the other one, but in this case, where there might be collaborations for it. I don't know what it's going to look like. But that, in that way, it's going to be, it's basically a special case because you never looked at an MMO before. I do pretty well here on 50 lines. Because they're going through space, not similar to, I guess, the journey that we went on in this game so far, but also Space Station we saw before, and also a little bit with Rez. Okay, 13's the max. Okay, good. That confirms it. I just want to make sure. I didn't remember if it was or wasn't. Yeah, it's also one of those things now I'm remembering this, it's like, yeah, don't be fooled as far as this game, because I actually realized a lot of Rez Infinite games are like this, or at least, okay, quick thing on Rez Infinite, just to clarify, they're initially known as United Game Arts when it's Sega, they then were Q Entertainment, and now they're Rez Infinite. But, don't be fooled as far as certain cases of this. We saw this with Rez as well, where the last level is insanely hard. I still can't believe when we did Rez Infinite last year that I somehow stayed in my max form, because that game is a case where if you don't, if you get out of your max form, you don't get the best ending. Well, actually, there's like 4 different endings you get off of that, which are, if you die on that stage, you get the bad ending. If you get through that stage and you don't stay in your max form, basically the Star Child from 2001: A Space Odyssey, you get... It's also sort of a bad ending. You get the good ending the way we did, how I somehow did not take a hit or get my form down during that final boss. I still don't know how it happened. And then the other case of it, which I didn't do and can't do, is you have to stay in that final form and you have to get 100% shot down. Given how long that level went, that level goes for over half an hour. It's something where, yeah, good luck. So, yeah, these games can be really difficult when it comes to their final challenges. Although this is probably easier than Rez, because it's not a case where it's as punishing if you get a loss. It's only because you're not necessarily running this part of it for half an hour, necessarily. But also, it's kind of tough to judge, because also that this is a puzzle game and that was a flight shooter, technically. Or an on-rails flight shooter, basically. As far as Lumines, I'm not sure, and as far as the other games of theirs, I'm not as familiar with Meteos as other people. We also do not have an on-screen way of showing Meteos, because the only way of it is to list it, and I didn't buy any time, with Meteos Wars on the Xbox 360. And the other ones are all on DS. And Lumines, I don't know as far as on Lumines. And the other wild card is, okay, 2 other ones. Child of Eden, which is kind of like Rez. And we're showing on 360 because it uses the Kinect. And then the other one is Ever Extend Extra, which is on PSP. And I know there's a modern version of that, but I've never played that. I don't know how that operates. I think it's supposed to be like Luminous to a certain extent, but I don't even know if it's a puzzle game. Luminous is a puzzle game as well. Just to get a sense, also, what's your strategy thinking as far as this, based on what you're playing so far at this stage?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clear lines as fast as possible.
I was getting a sense. I just wanted to see what your, if my assumption is correct, or if there's other things going on. So I'm seeing as far as how you're kind of doing this, and also I guess above anything else, it's fascinating just kind of watching as far as how this is, just to see it's like, what are you doing as far as it, and also where things going in your mind, like where you're gonna go. Because in some ways, I don't know what you're gonna do. So in that case, kind of getting a sense like, is he thinking something specific? Is it something different? What that's gonna look like? So it's kind of interesting. And just enough, this is one of those weird cases where the middle part actually is the easiest as far as it, because it's going at 7, but even then it's still, at that point, because of the fact that it's 10 here, it's something where you are definitely trying to get the lines ready to go. So when it gets up that high, you'll be able to get that set. And there's Edwack playing Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. He's been playing that a lot recently, I think partially because it's been on sale, or was on sale, which I think might be the reason why I bought it, but also a case of saying, running through that. You play that?
No, I haven't played that.
Okay, I haven't played it yet either. I've only played Hyrule Warriors 1, which I have on Wii U, and Age of Calamity, which I have on Switch. We sort of showed Age of Calamity in the Switch 2 Chronicles, saying, how does Switch 2 enhance it? And it watched at 30 FPS, which is quite nice. Right, since we're on Switch 1 and or 2, it's a case where we do see like everybody on the friends list popping up. I do love that sometimes, see like what are they playing, but usually it's a case like, yeah, they're playing something. Okay, I was gonna say they're playing something normal, but this is normal. I can only imagine people. Actually, I'm trying to remember when I did Plumbers No More Ties. Did they pop up on my friends list when I played that? I don't remember honestly. I don't know if they did. Sometimes I just don't see it. In fact, this is the first time we've seen it all night. Okay, let's rephrase that. It is the first time we've seen it all night because we did see Friends Line 1, I think it was him, but I guess the idea is that he took a break and then came back and then logged in. Or when he swaps games, or anybody swaps games, that's when it'll pop up. I can only imagine somebody else streaming as far as like, oh yeah, there's Captain D-Track playing Plumbers No More Ties. What's that? Although sometimes we've asked that. I know that Machine 64 asked that when we played Majora's Mask, ran on this, or ran on Switch 1 I should say. He said, AG42 was playing Monster Trains. Who's playing that game? What is that? I looked and said, oh yeah, it's a deck building case, because he loves deck builders. piece, the thing I noticed about that one is it often gets stuck when you're trying to get it going. So it is very useful. It's probably the most powerful piece as far as the entire game, but also something where up at the top it can potentially be a liability depending on how it goes.
Yeah.
Come follow me. I'll show you the sign of
I mean, I guess, okay, no, it is the most powerful piece as far as the game because of the fact that it's the only...
come follow me.
No, it is the only piece that you can use to get to Tetris.
Come follow me.
Is that right? No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, because there's nothing else. Right, yeah, it is the only one you can use for that. I just realized that now. Actually, when you play Magical Tetris Challenge, that's a case where you get these weird-ass pieces where it's a case where you think Tetris is impressive, that is Pinterest in it, so in that case you have a big-ass cube, and then you strike them with that. Basically, you pull down, no, right, you're literally driving Tetris because you have, like, steering wheels, and you pull the lever down, and they just smash something onto them. And actually, in that case, that game supports the rumble pack, so in that case, the game lets you know that, yeah, you got hit by one of those things. That's a game that actually would be worth potentially coming back to for just the head-to-head, because that game is awesome. That's a deeply underrated game. It's one I picked up at too many games last year, and I'm very happy I did. Actually, I gotta get the Game Boy Color version. That's the other way we'll come back to it, because it's totally different. It's basically, if Tetris is an RPG, kind of. Because in a sense, you're kind of going around just talking to people, and the idea is that, yeah, you then play Tetris as far as them. So it is totally different, so in that case, it totally justifies us going to play that one again. Or play that version, I should say. killer, from what I remember. Although it's been a while since I've done it. At least I think it is.
Come follow me. I'll show you the side of the world, the places that you've never seen. Come follow me. Come follow me. I'll show you the side of yourself, the person that you've always been, but never do.
Actually, one other thing quick, I'm just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the difficulties do?
No.
You want to check it?
I guess it'd be.
I guess there's higher speeds.
There's higher speeds, because I know it also goes lower. I'm not sure necessarily. Yeah, Metamorphosis, that is the last area as far as how it is. I just wasn't sure if, like, hey, you want to check the other ones. Or go to, I don't know, if you want to go to Expert, show off Expert as far as in. Oh, wait, I forgot!
It's a separate.
Right, it's a separate thing. Okay. Yeah, let me think about this. Okay, so in that case, actually, wait a second. Here's the other thing. Does it stack? So actually, if you go to beginner again, I'm just curious about something. Does it stack? Since I beat this on normal, I think I did. Does it? If you scroll over to Metamorphosis, can you play Metamorphosis on this? If I beat it on normal already? Okay, I guess you can. Okay, so just stack. I was just curious about that. Right, I forgot about that because I did try doing this on. What is it? On Expert, or I think I was just balancing off, but I'll tell you, it's like GoldenEye, or it's like Perfect Dark or something like that, where you have difficulty, and then it's a case where it takes your credit for the highest one you've got. I was curious about that, thinking about it. I didn't remember what it did, or if you knew. Yeah, I'm definitely not good enough to get. Yeah, I didn't even get pet. I can't remember. No, we did the show as far as the showcase. I did run. We ran normal. I think just because like, hey, we're just quickly showing it. I didn't run, but I'm right. Maybe I didn't. I'll say I look back on the video. Well, I have to look back on the video anyway. So I'll take a look at that. I don't think I did because I did lose at the Da Vinci stage when we streamed it last time. But I don't know if I ran that on Expert or not. Okay, sorry, I am seeing what the game's doing. It's changing the speed.
Yeah.
So, because it was
It was 10 and 7.
10 and 7, and now it's 7 and 4. Okay. I'm just curious, like, what it's doing. So, alright, then, maybe, I don't know, I mean, I guess next time we'll come into this, I'll try and see if I can get an answer for that on Expert. I guess I'll play through the game on Expert, because I already started it, apparently. I don't remember when I did it, actually. But having said that, to see if 13 is the highest speed, and if it isn't, they gotta help me. But then again, maybe it's a case of, I don't know, a case where it'll build my skills up. Because I'll say this, I just noticed honestly, as far as what you're playing, as far as tonight, the case that clearly you've been putting in a lot of time for what we've done with the show so far, and with this game for tonight. We've seen that seeing where your skills are changing, or where they're kind of being updated as far as it goes along. I know you get the results you've been shown as far as it comes off clear that way. Simply saying, what are you thinking, and what do you really have to think about when it comes to Tetris in general, but then also saying, okay, if something's not working, what do you do then to kind of adjust it? And sometimes it's not easy to tell that. Sometimes it's something where it might be different for different people.
Yeah.
So that's something I think is kind of interesting. But then again, it's also a case where, okay, I don't know how much of a comparison this is. Your next game for the show might be harder than this.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah.
I don't know, is it? Maybe for you it isn't. I'm not sure. You know that one. What is your next game, by the way?
Bloodborne.
You're right, we're not scoping that. I think I said at one point, maybe we're going to scope that. He said, I don't need to scope that. We're going to do a full show of it. So, and we'll figure I'll talk that over in schedule as far as it. Okay, but it's tough to say, because, like, what's a difficult puzzle game compared to a difficult hack and slash Souls-like? Honestly, even on Bloodborne's case, is Bloodborne even the hardest one you've played of that genre?
Well, I played Dark Souls and Bloodborne.
Okay.
I've never finished Dark Souls.
Alright, so I guess then Bloodborne's easier? Question mark? I don't know. You'd know, I've only played Bloodborne.
It's Bloodborne. The gameplay is faster in Bloodborne.
Okay.
Yeah, I never finished Dark Souls, so I don't think I can really say.
Okay. Sorry, did Chasm Torch you finish Dark Souls, do you remember? I don't know if he's ever said. I know he finished Elden Ring. I had a little bit of a semi-scandal on this show, and I said, hey, I've had Elden Ring for a while. It's one thing to say I've never beaten it. That's many RPGs I've never beaten, but in his case, I said, I never actually even got an achievement out of it. He's like, what? That's not possible. You get that out of the tutorial level. And then said, I must have went the completely wrong direction, which I guess I did. So, and I still have not righted that wrong yet, but it's a case where I gotta. Actually, as far as Souls-like games, it's that and what's the remake of Final Fantasy 1? Stranger Paradise?
Yeah.
Right, that, because I have that as well. Getting there.
Wow.
If you want to take a break, feel free, or it's your choice.
I'll give it one more try.
Okay. Your choice. I'll let you handle it however you want to handle it. But I said that also is, I guess, a question like, where is a difficult puzzle game compared to another genre? So I mean, I guess it's maybe not a fair comparison to say, oh, he's doing Bloodborne, that's definitely harder than this. I don't know if it's definitely harder than this. Maybe that's easier for you. I don't know as far as it, or what. That matter, I guess. Then, what is the hardest puzzle game you've ever played? I don't know, is it this?
It might be this, yeah.
Okay. Let me think about this. I think it's Tetrisphere, although I guess Tetrisphere was more getting my head around it. The end of that game that I somehow beat on. I guess I'll say that one, unless there's something else I'm forgetting, although as I said, oftentimes the joke in the show is that I have trouble with certain puzzle games. It took me a while to finish Wario's Woods going through the story mode of that on Super Nintendo, and they never re-released that one, or they haven't re-released it in... I don't know. I mean, fine, I have a maybe reason why they don't re-release it, but I don't know if that's actually the reason. But I did take some time on that one. Well, what do I think about this? So I guess sort of with Wario's Woods, maybe. That one plays so uniquely. I love it, but it's also a game that plays so uniquely. It's a tough one to say. Why is that difficult in particular? Dr. Abundance, Mean Bee Machine. I've never been good as far as Puyo Puyo. I don't know. Did I ever ask you to play Puyo Puyo? Any of the cases of that? Oh, you played Kirby's Avalanche. So you have played it. How hard do you think that game is for you? I sometimes struggle as far as that one when it comes to doing the chains on that.
Yeah, that one can get pretty tricky.
Dolly Finn is amazing at that, and I had no idea. I don't even think she necessarily said, I didn't know I was this good at this game. Like, yeah, you're amazing at this. Yeah, she showed that when we demoed Puyo Puyo Tetris 2. She was taking advantage of the fact that I was mad about what Sega was doing with the Sonic franchise at the time. And so, like, oh yeah, I'll let him go, let him rant, and then I'll kick his ass. That's exactly what happens. But having said that, even with Kirby's Avalanche, when we demoed that, it was another one where she was picking up the chains really easy. In that case, I really have respect for people who are really good at every variance of Puyo Puyo, Puyo Pop, or however you want to put it, because there's so many different names, or so many different versions of it. So, I mean, I don't know, I mean, I'd say probably top three, probably say it would be, I guess Tetrisphere, I guess Puyo Puyo, and I don't know if I'd say Wario's Woods is that hard. You ever play Wario's Woods?
No.
Actually, let me.
Oh, is that the? Oh, I think I might have seen it.
Okay, question: Do you want to beat more? Do you want to beat Metamorphosis tonight, or do you want to also demo Wario's Woods?
Let's go to Wario's Woods.
Okay, we'll come back to Tetris Effect Connected. Why not? As far as it. Yeah, we'll practice as far as that. But okay, just to give an idea before we go over that, because I may as well give you a little bit of a bonus. Okay, this is the theater mode. That's looking as far as no gameplay and taking a look at what that is. We can definitely vibe out to that, I would think. Effect modes. So, alright, most of the journey mode, we will come back as far as Metamorphosis. We'll beat it then. I'll try and unlock an expert just to see if I can get that going. We'll show effects mode as far as that, and also multiplayer as far as it. I think that's how we're going to go. Oh! Weekly Ritual. Okay. What is... I'm trying to remember. Have we done this? Have you seen this?
No, I've never seen this.
Okay, what is it? All right, it's the challenge. I know there's a lot of stuff for the online, and I know they updated this as it went along, often with free updates for the purpose of that, and also with the multiplayer. So I was thinking, I was gonna say all clear because I tasked myself on the test before saying this game probably has all clears in it. This has like everything for Tetris, really.
Yeah.
Even when they introduced T-Spins, which it was the new Tetris on Nintendo 64 that had that, which I did not know that was the game that had it. Or they added it, I should say. Boom, there you go. Oh, but they set it up for you right away. Awesome. Okay, no, so you're getting a little more time each time you're doing one. Yeah, because I've never seen this before. And the sound, the sound should be fine. I guess it's just gonna be more on, I guess, how it picks up you talking, and then I guess sort of me, but then also I guess more on you. I want to emphasize you more than myself, honestly. Oh, 11. Oh.
You have to clear at least one.
Oh, okay, so if you have a case where it gets stuck, they say, oh yeah, you failed it. Yeah, and some of these seems like now it's getting like a case of getting a sense of saying it's not obvious, because the other ones just give you one piece type, you know, just drop what they tell you. You have to T-spin that perhaps when it gets it down there?
Maybe.
Almost.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they do require you to T-spin. All right. There you go, C. Good job.
Alright.
Okay. Yeah, what's that going to turn out? Oh, got the alien avatar. Okay, and yeah, so that's Apprentice. That's how I've run. Although it's weird because I played this game a decent amount, but something where I sometimes get the sense that maybe I haven't played as much as I thought I did for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I think I only have like 5 or so hours. Okay, so AWM 93 has it all in focus, earning a B rank. Okay, so it's community thing. Okay, so basically like weekly goals.
Yeah.
Okay, weekly ritual, complete event modes to reach 100% of the goal. Okay. And they see, I guess, everybody who's been playing. Yeah, Nick earned SS rank, number 2 in points. Focus like a laser as far as DJ Teal from Japan. Oh, and they tell you the region that everybody's from, because I know it's something I saw in the settings as far as this thing.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. So I think we're good as far as that is, unless there's anything else you want to show or want to look into on what this is looking like. Because this is what you go into? Did you just went into multiplayer effect modes?
That was effect mode.
That was effect
Yeah.
modes? Okay. Okay, so there we go. That was a good case as far as Tetris Effect Connected. Let me also change because I didn't expect to do a change on this, but I may as well. Okay, yeah, we'll go on as far as Warriors Woods.
Yeah.
As far as like you said, you had some familiarity sort of with it, kind of.
Yeah, I think I might have seen it at some point.
All right, let's pop up the NES app for this. They re-release this one all the time. They never really released the Super Nintendo version. When we played it, there's a character whose name could be interpreted to be racial slur, but I don't know if that's actually the reason. I don't know. I'm really not sure. But point is, they've never re-released the Super Nintendo version. This one they have. They also, as we're pointing out, look at the details. This is the last game Nintendo published on NES. It came out in December of 1994. You'd think with that this would cost a fortune. It doesn't. You can find this new in box like maybe $40, which for NES is amazing as far as that. Especially that late, you'd think, okay, look at games with Taito from them as far as on this console. They go for a fortune. In fact, of insanely rare stuff that's on this, let me quickly look at that. Okay, this is I don't know how this happened. This launched with the console. This is a game that's like $200 now. Somehow. I don't know on Donkey Kong Jr. math. Mother was technically not released, so that would be a weird case as far as what that is. Fire Nights by Tecmo. This is another one that goes for a lot of money. We showed this in the puzzle showcase as well. It's a sequel to Solomon's Key, which doesn't go nearly as much. I don't think Immortal goes for much. Journey to Silius, which I think is a deeply underrated one for this console, that doesn't go for much. The Japanese ones I don't know because Joy Mech Fight we never got. Metal Palace does not go for much. This is the first game of Game Freak. People made Pokemon. There's Ultra Games. That's Konami, which apparently Konami doesn't have the rights to Nightshade anymore. I don't think Ninja Gaiden 1 or 2 are that expensive. 3 is a little more, but not much. SCAT, Special Cybernetic Attack Team. That's a Natsume game. The Natsume games tend to go for a lot of money. And Shadow the Ninja. Shadow the Ninja's kind of up there, although compared to, Taito in particular is the king of insanely expensive games on this console. And there's this, which I know it did not cost Ed Wackiniki nearly as much for this one as you might think. But yeah, the Taito stuff, it's insane how many things are expensive. There's the Jetsons Cogswell's Caper, which is like $400. There's the Flintstone Surprise at Dinosaur Peak, which is like $1,000 because it was a rental-only game. There's Panic Restaurant, which is like $1,200, which is cheap now because it used to be more, and they're re-releasing it. No word on when that's coming. There's something else there's. The Taito stuff is insanely expensive on the console. But alright, here's Warriors Woods. You said you know this as far as it. Also, I'm going to change volume on this baby. You said you had some experience with this somewhere?
Yeah, I've definitely seen this. Let's see.
Okay. It plays really uniquely. You can pick as far as A or B. If you want to go to 1, go to 1. Just to get a sense like how this operates. Basically what you do is move left to right with Toad, you pick up the enemies as far as hitting A button. You can also kick by pressing down and A as far as when you have them there. When you hit up while you're holding them, you just instantly drop them or jump on top of them. You basically link the bombs as far as them, 2 enemies and a bomb explodes them, but it's also a case where if you have 4 enemies and a bomb, they then turn into a diamond and then turns into a color and then you get rid of them. You can also like run up the enemies as far as running on the side, as far as how they are when on the ground. There's Birdo up there as far as you can also do that and drop that down and you get coins. When you get 30 of them across the stages, I did another one away, you get a continue. But if that bar up there that says below we're saying okay, if that goes up to green, yeah, you can run up the side of the tree. And that's something you do need to do, or can do. Also, when you're on the ground and you see like a bomb or something, you hit down in the A button, you do a kick across the way. So yeah, the way this plays is so different from other stuff. And now what they do is they toss in other colors. Yeah, you can also do stacking. You can also, like with Tetris, you press down on the D-pad. As the bombs are coming down, they'll fall faster. And also when you're holding something, you hit up on the D-pad, you basically just jump right up on top of it. But that gives you also stack it that way, and boom, there you go. And later on, this game gets insanely difficult because of the fact that you have to dig out pretty massive. They almost start you at the top of the screen. You have to get set because what happens is that after when that bar goes down, or goes up, I should say, Wario will come up. He'll then bash into the side of the tree, and the top of it will come down on you. So it basically gives you less room to work with. And if you have no space to work with, then you're going to be killed and you lose. It's also pointing out each time Wario appears, the amount of gold you can get on an area goes down. So what you want to do is you want to try and get everything completed before that bar goes up, or alternatively what you do is do combos, or changes, I should say. Where if you set up things right, basically you have like those pinks there. If you have a case where, I don't know, you have like a blue bomb on top of the pinks, and you clear the one pink, and then you have the blue, or the bomb goes down the blues and clears them, it gets a chain and it makes the bar go down. There's a lot to this game, and it's kind of interesting about how it operates, and that was the kick you did, which is doot, which you basically use that to kind of organize quick. As far as my experience with this, you said you've never played this before until now?
Yeah, I've never played it.
Okay, my experience with this one is, I played Animal Crossing on the GameCube. This is a game you can unlock within it. I did not know, I had no preparation really of thinking that I was going to fall into a massive rabbit hole with this game. I was hooked. It's definitely strange about how it plays, and I guess initially a question like, what am I doing here? But also something, when you get this game down, my god is it satisfying.
How did Toad get wrapped up in this?
Well, actually, funny you say that, because the way the plot goes is that, well, Mario's not around, but Toad got involved with this because, basically, let me get the actual story down on this one. I said, we looked at this on Super Nintendo, although actually when we played that, this is back in the days of my older capture device, and I had settings weird, so actually it kind of stutters every so often, so I could justify coming back to that game. And actually this one, technically, now, as far as a second chance, because in any case we had technical problems of any kind, I'm basically going to say, boom, I'm going to get the set. And right, you also have the Pidgeots from Super Mario Bros. 2 up there. They will start dropping down different enemies, or new enemies, when Wario is on the screen. When the pink goes up, or you cause enough of a chain out there, they'll go away. And if you have 5 cleared off, as far as like those 2 bombs and the 3 blue guys, you get a diamond. It'll be of a random color. Also, as we're pointing out, if the stack there, you can pick it up that way, but if it is covering to the top of the screen, you can't pull off it, so you actually have to kick it out as far as each layer on it, or at least do that to get cases. And you can also clear them vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, as we're pointing out as far as how that is. So you can kind of set up some really interesting chains as far as this, which you have to do going on later, and there's some interesting perspectives that go on with the enemies as well, because what happens is that they're showing up and down, as far as that you can kill them from left to right or up and down. But other cases you have to kill them diagonally, or other cases where you have to kill them twice, or you have to hit them twice and you have to do it in succession because the screen is flashing as far as when you hit them. And if you don't do it in time, you have to be really quick on the draw to get them, or quick enough on the draw. But that's not until later. To answer your question on why did Toad get involved in this one, that I do have an answer for. Let's see. Basically, the idea is that, yeah, Wario's taking over the Mushroom Kingdom, or trying to, as far as with the woods, and Toad goes in. As far as what's going on the plot on that one, I believe that's in the manual for the... It might be in the NES manual. So if you look at the NES for one, which Nintendo's re-released this all the time. Not on Super Nintendo, but the good news is because it's a puzzle game, you're not paying much for that Super Nintendo game. Actually, Lifer's requested the Super Nintendo game because he said it has a story mode that's unique, which this one does not. In that way, it is kind of the definitive version in it, but it is different enough, honestly, that it's worth taking a look at alongside with this one. But my experience with this one, because this is mentioned, this is the one that Nintendo re-released because it was in Animal Crossing for GameCube, but also it was on Wii Virtual Console, Wii U's Virtual Console, 3DS's Virtual Console, and it's on this. Let me get that manual out to answer your question, because I feel like I'm stalling. Okay, that's Super Nintendo one. I want to look at NES to start. And also, believe it or not, this is not on Game Boy. I oftentimes felt like, wait, this was on Game Boy, but no, it isn't. Okay, plot. Let's talk that. Okay, NES manual, they don't give you plot. Super Nintendo, that's where plot comes in. Here we go. Okay, so the Super Nintendo game goes into this element of story saying, quote, "The peaceful woods was once the friendly home of sprites and other gentle forest creatures. Wario's band of monsters invaded though and spoiled the serenity of the woods. Quiet Woodlands community is turned upside down by these horrifying events. Wario is now named the woods after himself, and peaceful creatures are not welcome. Toad, the Mushroom Kingdom hero," I guess because of Pidgeot, they saw Super Mario Brothers 2 case. And right, you're seeing the sprites up there, so yeah, the fairies are involved in this one too. Has decided to travel to Wario's woods and put an end to Wario's evil reign of terror. He knows that with the sprites' help, he'll be able to rid the forest of Mario's twisted nemesis. Thankfully, the sprites are able to create bombs you're seeing here, and your job is to line up the bombs with the enemies of the woods, thus defeating the creatures. Clearing more and more of the woods, step closer to the ultimate challenge of facing Wario. So yeah, that's how Toad got in. I guess he figured... I guess Mario was, I don't know, off doing something. Actually, it's funny because Super Mario Land 2, the plot of that is Mario was off doing something. He was off saving Daisy and Sarasaland in the first game, and Wario came by and said, by the way, your castle's mine now. And then you have to go and take it out. And then the third game is a case where then Wario says, like, hey, you know, after I lost to Mario in the last game, I want to get his cast. I want to get a better castle than he has. And if I get the statue of Princess Peach from Kitchen Island, I'll be able to do it. By the way, Nintendo, where is that Switch Online port of Wario Land? The first and the second. You have 3. 3's great, but where's 1 and 2? I want those re-released again. Especially 3, or Wario Land, fine. Because it's Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. You ever play that?
No.
Oh, it's so good. It's one of the best games on the Game Boy. And the fact that it hasn't been re-released yet, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked they've not put that up there yet. I was begging for that like 2 years ago when we played that game. Because I don't know what the re-release case on that was. Like, why did that one not come around? I said, my theory as far as like the name of the one character and the other one, it's minor. I don't think it is a case. I brought it up when we looked as far as it, but it's like, I don't think that's a factor. But alright, there you go. Yeah, you turn into the diamond when you have that, and then you got CR means credit. Alright, you get story improvements in between.
What are you doing here? Go home and be crushed.
And in the Super Nintendo game, you actually are going against other characters as far as who they are, and then you meet up with Wario, and it is pretty difficult in the end as far as how to operate it. And every 10 levels, you do get an interlude like that as far as this one. I mean, I guess that's the question then, because I get the sense that even though we had like Virtual Boy like a week ago as far as the Switch Online stuff, I get the sense that like, wait, there's other stuff they could re-release that they haven't yet. There isn't a licensing question on. I would say Wario's Woods on Super Nintendo. Take a shot on that. I don't think it's a question that anybody's going to complain about it. And I don't even think that's why, as far as what I was mentioning. I was like, because that's never gotten re-released. And I don't think it's a license thing. It's Nintendo has the rights to that. And actually, the voice synth, as far as Wario's Woods, is pretty damn impressive. Actually, it's a case where I was recommended that. It was Lectors who wanted to see that, but actually, it was also Lectors' mother who wanted to see it, and she even came in on the chat and was saying, "Hey, I'm so glad to see people actually remembering this game and get the sense nobody knows what it is. I was like, I'm glad. I was very honored as far as that. That and Tetris 2 actually was the case, which is also why I played both of those. But this is a unique game. It doesn't quite play like any other puzzle game, although there is another game. I'm trying to remember the name of this one. It was on the PC, I think. What's it called? There's one that I think very much, not exactly a ripoff so much as it's an homage to this, and I know they made it on purpose as far as that. I think it's on Steam. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is, or try to find the name of it. God, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm able to find it. Yeah, but I would say this game is kind of underrated, and as I mentioned, since it was something where it was... You think about this, 1994, December 1994 for NES, although it was also Super Nintendo, but outside of that, a case where you'd think it... Well, actually, okay, I'll tell you it had the worst time in the world, because what came out in November of 1994, the game that won the console war for Nintendo, Donkey Kong Country. Which is a great game, but also, this is a great game too. But it's a case where I didn't notice this one until years later. And in my case, it wasn't until actually we did that show where I looked at the Super Nintendo game. I think the Super Nintendo game is really good, and it's worth playing both of them. Because of the fact that that has the story mode, and also because it also has some enhancements on the controls in this one, where when you get the diamonds in this one, you can't pick them up. On Super Nintendo, you can pick them up, so it does open your options. It also uses the L and R buttons, so actually, along with doing the down for the kick, as far as down A button, you basically press the top trigger to the L and R buttons, and basically choose to kick left or right. So it does give you a lot of interesting cases going on as far as... And also the voice synth is amazing. It's one of those games that's just like Kirby's Avalanche, honestly, where when you get the voice synth going, it sounds so insanely clear. You'd be amazed. Probably some of the best voice synth on the entire console. That and the Kirby's Avalanche once again. Although honestly, I'll say this, I guess... I'm trying to think, what's some bad voice synth on Super Nintendo? I can think of, like, a lot on Genesis, but I'm not sure as far as Super Nintendo, ones where it really sounded bad. Anything coming to mind?
I don't know, yeah.
What do I have? Oh, Wayne's World, right.
Wayne's World.
Have you played it?
No.
Oh yeah, wait till I do the April Fool's Day show on that at some point. I still don't beat that damn game, but that is a trip. Also, it's a case where they have a Super Nintendo minified version of Bohemian Rhapsody. I was gonna say I don't think I'm getting a content strike on that or a content question, but I got content question on Matt Furness's version of Can You Feel the Love Tonight from The Lion King when we played that. So I don't know. But they still let me show it. They still let me play the game. They're not saying like, oh yeah, you're copyright stricken on that. And we won't be on Tetris Effect, I'm pretty sure. Although honestly, we haven't shown all the levels. Although I would think that we would have gotten a question of that by now if that was the case. Also, since we're turning this into a preview of Warriors Woods on top of it, another look at Warriors Woods, which I'm at 96's first appearance of looking at this thing. I'll also indicate below, I'll timestamp this. But it'll still be a scoping session on Tetris Effect Connected, and I don't know if I'm gonna necessarily put this as like a, what is it, what am I thinking? Playlist for Warriors Woods yet. Because I do think, because of the tech things I had going on, I think it could justify another return to it, honestly. And it's interesting, what do you think of it based on what you played?
Yeah, this is cool.
It's unique, honestly, and as I said, when I played Animal Crossing, it's a case where I had to go to the island with my Game Boy Advance to get this thing. Or you just nowadays look the passwords up and put them in, or tell them to Tom Nook at the store, and he gives you this thing. I was hooked by this. I actually got up on that version to, like, level 90, in terms of on A and B, and my god is it hard. I've never beaten it to this day because of that. So there's a lot of value to this game, and a lot of interesting things going on with it. As far as it, yeah, we can definitely give it another show as far as the idea of that. And definitely we will, on Tetris Effect Connected, we do have the idea about how it's set. and I do appreciate Gemini96 helping me come up with the idea, or helping us come up with the idea, like how we're covering that game, because it's a wonderful, wonderful game.
Yeah.
And it's a good game too, and I'm glad we were able to have a little bit of a little indication as far as, and good place to end as far as the way the music's going on. And we also got the sense, like, yeah, Toad becoming a hero. So actually, before Captain Toad came around, this actually is the first case of Toad saying, hey, I'm going to be doing the case of, taking actions into my own hands outside of, like, Super Mario Land, or Super Mario Brothers 2. Still, it's like, this is all him. But, alright, so thank you so much, Gemini96, as far as when we come back to Tetris Effect Connected. Honestly, when it comes to the scoping shows, it's not something necessarily where, honestly, I don't have time as far as any for the rest of the year, really, but also a case of saying we'll come back to it for sure. I did want to give a full look. I'm glad that you joined me for it as well. Had a blast as far as we always do. Thank you so much for all your contributions.
Yeah, no problem.
And next time you're on show, I guess it's going to be when we start Bloodborne. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, to that, let's also talk schedule, because I do want to go into a couple things, because I do have some updates from last week. A few. I'll make this semi-brief. I'll try to, anyway. Next week is our annual compilation show. We do this every May. We started actually on Memorial Day weekend, and then we went to Cinco de Mayo weekend, and in this case, we're doing it next week. This was our case as far as our Memorial Day show, and I had a great time as far as it. So that we're doing that next week. We're going to come back to Mid-America Treasures. So every year we take a look at a classic game compilation, look at everything in it. We give a lot of looks at any behind-the-scenes things that they might have. But this one doesn't, so I'm going to have to come up with something special, or I wanted to come up with something special. We're playing Mid-America Treasures 3 playing on the GameCube this time. It's also on Xbox and PlayStation 2. Have you played the Mid-America Treasures releases?
I have not.
There's some amazing games as far as learning the history of Midway. I don't know what your experience on Midway is as a company.
What have they made?
Let's see. As far as this collection, well, first off, two things. One, we're playing that collection, but there's only 8 games in it, so I have a big stack of Nintendo 64 games that are arcade ports of Midways that I'm tossing in as an extra. This is not everything Midway published. Body Harvest is not an arcade game, so it's not included in the scope, because remember, Midway published that. But this collection has a bunch of racing games, but as far as stuff I have on Nintendo 64, I've got some stuff I'm tossing in the cruising games, all 3 of those, because Midway was involved in those. NFL Blitz, Mortal Kombat 4, and a couple other ones in particular I've mentioned. This collection has 8 games. They are good games, but it's a question on how they're set up. A couple cases where they had to get kind of fancy. It is Digital Clips, by the way, who developed this. So you have San Francisco Rush, you have Super Off-Road, that's a great game. Badlands, Race Driving, Stun Runner, San Francisco Rush 2049, Off-Road Thunder, and Hydro Thunder. Hydro Thunder is an amazing game. I've talked about how amazing Hydro Thunder is in particular. They're all in this collection. We were running the GameCube version because when we came to looking at these collections as far as the Midway Arcade Treasures, looked at each console once before, looked at the first one on the PlayStation 2, looked at the second one on the Xbox, and this time we're looking at GameCube, which by the way is exclusive to North America. But they are on all 3 of the consoles as far as Midway Arcade Treasures 1, 2, and 3. So you have some big stuff as far as those other ones like Robotron 2084 and Gauntlet and Defender and Tubin and Tapper and some of the Mortal Kombat games, Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 and Arch Rivals and Rampage and things like that. So yeah, we're completing our look at the Midway Arcade Treasures trilogy. But as I mentioned, since it is a kind of skimpy collection and the only extra in it is a trailer for the Edit and Eddie game that Midway made, I said I'm not stopping at 8 games. We're going to be looking at a bunch of Nintendo 64 arcade ports and giving an idea of like why they weren't included. And there's reasons I think for why. Some of it I think is a license, and also other ones are weird cases. Actually, I'll say this. Even though we're going to show San Francisco Rush in this, I have the Nintendo 64 version as well, because actually, as I learned, San Francisco Rush, they need to actually rebuild this entire game from scratch for this release, and I did not know that. And there's also a game in that Nintendo 64 stack that I mentioned already, Mortal Kombat 4, that Digital Clips, they had a lot of trouble getting the arcade emulation for that Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection that came out. As far as this, they did have to kind of sort of Frankenstein some stuff as far as how that went. But that's the idea of what that is. That is going to be our jam-packed compilation show and kind of a showcase next week, May 30th at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then after that, the week after, we're going to have 2 shows it's going to turn out. On Friday, June 5th, we're going to have the start of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. It's been too long since we played Zelda. I'm coming back to Zelda. We're going to be running, what's your experience with Link's Awakening? I know you played the remake.
Yeah, I played the original and the remake.
Original remake. Okay, we're going to be handling the remake for the show. We're going to run it through Switch 2 as it is, so the frame rate problems of it from Switch 1 are going to be a thing of the past. But also what we're going to do is, we're going to take a couple months on this one, but I also have the Game Boy Color version set up as far as Link's Awakening Deluxe for the Switch Online, and I have it set up for the English and the Japanese versions, because I want to show the exclusive stuff on those particular. I'll show the camera shop, I'll show off all the pictures as far as how they are, save state set up for all of them. And then the Japanese version, I do want to show the differences between the trading quests, because there are cases where they actually had to censor them for our version. I don't know if you're aware what those are, but you will be eventually when we show it. And we can show it. One of those was actually a question of, can we actually stream this? You think it's Zelda? Really? But yeah, but I can. So I can show you completely. That's going to be on Friday, June 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the reason for that is because on June 6th, at a time to be determined, Ultra 94T, he contributed the Nintendo GameCube preview disc and also the Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword kiosk demos I looked at last year. He's coming in. He said, like, I want to do streaming of something. As far as what, we're still trying to figure out. It might be a little bit of a grab bag. Maybe some stuff with Sonic the Hedgehog and Resident Evil and maybe Zelda. As far as time, we're trying to hash that out. We don't know. He said to let me know as far as how it is, because, hey, we've got 2 weeks as far as, yeah, I'll think it through. But he's going to come in. It's probably going to be earlier in the day. So that's the reason we're going to have a Friday show, but we'll also have a Saturday show as well. And it's going to be one of our shows. I didn't know if it was going to be or not. He said, hey, you want to do something with streaming? I said, sure. Is it going to be with us, or is it a case where you have equipment you wanted to run? I think he does, but it's also the case he said, like, yeah, I'll come by as far as it. So that'll be the idea of that. Then week after that, I mentioned as far as earlier on the screen, just to give a brief indication, take a look at Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, as far as our next scoping session. We're looking at the first one in particular. We also have guests on this one. It's Edwack and Nikki are coming in because they basically said we do not want to be involved in a longer play of this as far as multi-part cases. There's other games they've since agreed that, hey, we're going to run multi-parts, we're okay with it. Specifically, in his case, God Hand for PlayStation 2. In her case, Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. But I said, you both love this game. You want to give an indication why you want to be in on that? And they said, sure, we'll definitely will. So that's going to be on Friday again. That's going to be June 12th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then on June 20th, our last live show of the month is going to be Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. You ever play Cool Spot?
No.
It is a platforming game with Spot, the mascot of 7-Up.
7-Up, right.
You'd think, how's this going to be? Pretty good, actually. It's a very great game for summer. It starts you on the beach as far as how it is. It's amazing music from Tommy Tellerico. But also a case that it actually is a lot of people would go on to make Earthworm Jim and Wild 9, and they made Aladdin on the Sega Genesis in particular. So it's an early one from them and a great game for summer, and you think that for a game that was a food tie-in, how good could it be? But it is really fun. Surprisingly fun.
Yeah, I remember they made a lot of platformers for those mascot characters, like the Yonoid.
Yonoid is on NES from Capcom. They also made McDonald's Treasure Island Adventure on Sega Genesis, which actually it's worth pointing out. We're going to second chance that game. I got Edwack and Nikki in for that at some point. That game is the reason Gunstar Heroes exists. Okay. Gunstar Heroes would not have been able to be made without them making that game, and you'd be surprised saying how good is that game. It's great. It's better, I think, than Cool Spot. The Cool Spot is really cool, and I'm going to look forward to showing that. And then week after that, we'll be off because we're going to too many games. So I have that Final Fantasy XIV setup show. I'm editing. It'll go on the YouTube site on June 27th, 7 p.m. Standard Time. And then just to go quickly, July we have Wave Race Blue Storm for GameCube coming up. I might do that on Thursday, but why? Because we have a long weekend coming up as far as 4th of July. Week after that, Crusader64 confirmed to me he wants to start Kudelka for the PlayStation as the prequel to Shadow Hearts. We play Shadow Hearts 1 and Covenant, and we're going back to complete that piece of the puzzle. His most expensive game he owns in his collection is also the most expensive game he's been involved with on the show. It's a $300 game that SEK published in 2000. It's actually kind of like a strategy RPG, not similar to something like a Fire Emblem or a Shining Force, from what I understand. He's going to sort of run it blind, but we're starting earlier because he wants to maximize time like we do with Shadow Hearts Covenant, so that'll be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on July 11th. We'll then also have Zelda Link's Awakening going on as far as that, and our scoping session that month will be Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. I'm going to run the Xbox One version, but having said that, I love this game. I don't know if you ever played Age of Empires of any kind. Ooh, it's so good. It's a terrific game. It was Ensemble Studios, the now defunct company out of Texas who made it. They kept the franchise going, and they remade it on the Xbox One and also on the PC. It basically is a case that's very historically themed of like feudal civilizations and things. It's great, and I grew up with this game. It's a fantastic game, and I definitely want to show it. I'm looking for a reason to, or ability to, and we're going to take a look at that. That's a huge one, another one, but I want to give a sense, and a really great real-time strategy game. A lot of people might be playing this stuff with Blizzard. I was playing this game in particular, and it was kind of standing up to Blizzard stuff. And it's cool. I'd definitely recommend it. And then August, we're going to be playing, I mentioned Taito before, a game of theirs that's not expensive, but one that I was asked for by Electro, so I got to figure out dates on this one. It's called On the Ball. It's the arcade version of a game called Camel Tree, which basically is a ball labyrinth game. You kind of tilt the course all around, and you have to get the ball to the end. It's really good. I'd never heard of this until he mentioned it. And then also we played the collection and has it as far as its arcade version of Camel Tree with Tidal Legends 2 last year. And I said, I want to figure this one because it's something where it has extra levels the arcade version does not. And it's a very good game. Underrated. I'd never heard of this thing, and I'm looking forward to playing that. Also in August, we have next part of Kudelka. We're finishing Link's Awakening that month, I'm pretty sure. And then August, scoping session is going to be Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I'm running the Series X version. I want to buy that Switch 2 version because it's fully physical, and also because it's a miracle in getting that game running on it. That game is incredible. If you've not played Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, whatever you have as far as it's also on the PC and the PS5, it might be the best Indiana Jones game ever made. And we can't show it. There's a stream mode, so it doesn't get in the way of certain things with the theme song. That's the main question. But it's terrific. September is going to be a little light, I'm not going to lie, because our scoping session is going to be Mass Effect that month. It's going to be for AG42. I think we're finishing Kodelka at some point that month. And then I'm going to be off on September 12th. So at that point, I'm going to have to have off-screen stuff. We have more on Final Fantasy 14. I might have on the 19th as well. I'm not sure. And then we get to October. This is when you want to do Bloodborne. Am I right about that?
Yes.
When do you want? Right now, as far as what I got open, the only things that have been called are of the weekends. Halloween Night, Crusader 64. If he's not done with Kodelka, we'll finish it then. If not, he's gonna pick something. We might be doing another horror game and being on Facecam on Halloween nights. So you know what that means. If it's the case we're doing that, you probably have to be in the chat and be the person who's gonna, be the hilarious and wonderful savage that we love as far as that in general, saying like, yeah, let's ruin a relationship like we did in Man of Medan, or we should snoop like we did in Until Dawn. But having said that, most everything else is open. The only thing also I'm waiting on Electris for when he wants the scoping session Persona 3 FES. I think that's gonna be October 24th, but right now everything else is open. And my thought of thinking, hey, we're going to do Donkey Kong Country 2, because I know that it's going to be Edward's next game, we're not going to be able to do that unless he really squeezes something. Or we have 2 shows for 1 week, but I don't think that's happening. So basically, right now, any of the first 3 weekends of October are all yours.
Yeah, the 3rd would be good.
3rd, you got it. All right, so you heard it here first. We're kicking off Halloween block this year. That's the reason as far as what we got. We're kicking that off with Bloodborne for PlayStation 4. Having said that, it's also worth pointing out, your choice on how you want to run it. I do have PlayStation 5. We can run it through backcompat for that to make it run really, really nice. Or if you want to run for PlayStation 4, your pick as far as how it goes. We can do it either way. And I have it as well. It was one of the first games I picked up for PS4 and I got PS5.
Yeah.
So there's that case. We can figure those details later. And then I'm trying to figure what I'm going to do outside of that. I think I'm going to come back to Castlevania Bloodlines. I played that 6 years ago. I do owe that a better treatment than I gave it the first time. Particularly showing both characters of... we didn't show Eric Ricard last time, and also John Morris. I think that's what I'm going to do. If I change that, I'll change that. As I said earlier, saying, hey, console we haven't looked at. I want to show off... I was thinking about this. Since we haven't shown Atari 2600 yet, that's a gaping hole in our coverage, and I know I got to fix that. think we should show Haunted House. Familiar with Haunted House?
No.
I'm not that familiar with it either, but I have Atari 50 that has it. It's kind of a very primitive but very charming kind of exploration game. It's not a game that's that long, but I know there's also a remake or reimagining that Atari 50 has, so we'll run that for it. I'm gonna get a sense of what I want to do on that one. That's my thought, because I figured we haven't done Atari 2600 and I want to do something with that. I know I've been ignoring that console for too long, but I think that might be a good one to come to. In November, just quickly go into this, there's going to be another scoping session of which we're going to have, I think Chasm 22 is going to be involved. He wants to show off The Legend Heroes Trials in the Sky, the remake in particular, because it was something long. Because I had an extra opening, because we're not doing Final Fantasy 14 for this year. I think we got that. What Bloodborne going on. I don't know what I'm doing on the Disney game for pre-Thanksgiving weekend. Got some ideas from you and others, but I'll have to figure that. And then we have our game show adaptation showcase. It's not going to be as many game shows this time, or many games and elements, but I got some good suggestions, including from you last week. We were talking with people saying, what are we going to do? We're basically going to pick up a couple of these, and we're going to play through a whole game with each. So I'm not going to run like 40 games. We're going to run like 11, 12 maybe. So that's the idea what that is. That's going to be, of course, 2 days after Thanksgiving as always. And then the only other stuff I know is December. We'll still have Bloodborne. Rap the Rapper, I want to do that because I've meant to do that for so long. Another game that actually goes for a lot of money. You'd think it doesn't. We're gonna run the PlayStation 1 version. You bet I'm running it through the PS2 and using the actual cables to make sure I reduce lag, because that's a game. Have you played Rap the Rapper, the first one?
No.
He's thinking of the sequel, Jam Rolami. Rap the Rapper is comparatively more normal. Comparatively.
Comparatively,
Yeah, comparatively, because in that case, that's a game where you have to, you're in love. Find Parappa the Rapper, he's the dog who is in love with Sunny Funny, the sunflower, and in order to show his love, he says, I'm gonna bake her seafood cake, then I have the cake, and then I have diarrhea, so I have to go and rap for access to the gas station bathroom. It's wonderful. Compared to Jam-A-Lamy, you're going to be begging for that over Jam-A-Lamy, although Jam-A-Lamy in terms of how it plays is a better game in terms of how it plays. But then again, I love that aspect. But point is, it's a wonderful game. It's celebrating 30 years of itself this year. I meant to do this years ago, but I switched the show around for it, but I got to do that because I want to get to Jam-A-Lamy, not going to lie. That, and I want to also get Parappa the Rapper 2, which I've never played. That's on the PS2 in particular. Yeah, that's my gift to myself this year, because I was trying to think, what am I doing as a gift to myself? It's that. And it's amazing. We'll talk about another case of a music game where it is this kind of unique odyssey in terms of itself, in terms of these characters, and also in terms of, in a way, being kind of very uplifting. In a way, maybe there's an Earthbound vibe to it in the sense of this. You're playing as a character where you're kind of, in a way, going through adventures in his life. I mentioned the weird stuff there, but also some other things as far as what he's thinking as far as what he wants to do with himself. And the idea of, like, what's his confidence level, because he's always saying, like, I gotta believe. It's very relatable. And you'd think that with that wackiness going on, it wouldn't have that, but it really does. And there's a reason why it's held up as a PlayStation classic, no question. I'm gonna give it a perspective. And then our Tetris show is gonna be Tetris Attack. We're coming back to that again. Dolly Finn wants to do it again, and so do I. And then the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion can be our last of our scoping sessions of the year, but next year we're going to have one for Final Fantasy 14 in January. Now Bloodborne going on as far as that on your case as well, and anything else as well. Okay, so that is the end of the show. That is everything for Tetris Effect Connected. We'll come back, but of course, thank you so much to Gemini 96U for joining us and helping out as far as this.
Yeah, thank you.
I had a blast. And also, thank you to Dolly Finn and everybody in our best channel on Twitch. We had such a great time as far as it. And thank you so much for everything. I always say it, but that's always the idea. And also, another look at Warriors Woods. There you go. All right, with that, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your extended weekend, a great Memorial Day, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Midway Treasures 3 for the GameCube and a bunch of Nintendo 64 arcade ports of Midways for good measure. You're not going to miss it. Till then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, and take care, everybody.
All right, take care.